Hey everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you for now the last part of What If Ichigo had a different Zanpakuto as we have caught up with the author. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please make sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Also, a quick update, this story What If Ichigo had a different Zanpakuto is now on hold as we caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if sign-in system in high school DxD? What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if Mangaka in One Piece world? Please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next on the channel. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 7. And despite the fact that Shinigami duties in Karakura have been fulfilled for the past 2 months, there has been zero contact from the woman. Kuratsuchi Mayuri said with an uncaring tone. Additionally, there have been no sightings of her over the broadcasts my division has monitored. Yamamoto was old and tired. This past century had been disaster after disaster. Not once in his entire tenure had so many incidents arisen in so quick a time span. Starting with the loss of all of those captains and lieutenants a century ago, and then the disappearance of Shiba Ishin only a few decades ago. And now, it was evidently starting up again, with the disappearance of the nominal lieutenant of the 10th Division, who had been temporarily demoted as punishment. Matsumoto was even the second longest tenured lieutenant in the Gotei 13. How many more good Shinigami would they lose before he was finally allowed to rest? He could also see how much the youngest of his captains was berating himself over this. He had reason to be angry, of course, but seeing the result of his decision to demote Matsumoto and send her to the Jirichi had the lad castigating himself and doubting his own ability to lead. He projected strength, as he always did. Have the Onmitsukido turned up anything? He asked calmly. Nothing. Soifun replied, whatever has happened to her is up in the air. We've been unable to find a single trace. She could be dead. Hitsugai's jaw clenched, injured, or even gone to ground. We just don't know. She is, for all intents and purposes, a ghost. Pun very much not intended with her, though Kayaraku's lips quivered, nonetheless. Yamamoto opened his mouth, but quickly shut it as the door opened. Incensed at the interruption, he glared at Lieutenant Kuratsuchi. What is the meaning of this? The sleeping dragon growled out. Ninyu, you stupid girl. Mayuri even broke rank to glare at his daughter. What business do you have interrupting a captain's meeting? Several of the captains had to bite back the urge to berate Mayuri for his usual horrible treatment of the poor girl. My apologies, Mayuri-sama, Sotecho-sama. Ninyu bowed her head. As of 20 minutes ago, the Jirichi has begun experiencing extremely unusual activity. Unusual how, Kuratsuchi-chan? Kayaraku asked easily, focusing on her. Unless our sensors have malfunctioned entirely, over the span of just 15 minutes, there have been over 800 hollow incursions into the living world. Ninyu replied and reached into her cleavage to pull out a small device. 800? Hitsugaya gasped. With more on the way. Many more. Ninyu confirmed. Mayuri ground his teeth. What took you so long then, you simpleton? My apologies, Mayuri-sama. We first needed to ensure that the sensors were, in fact, not malfunctioning. Ninyu apologized as she set the device down. She clicked a button and then stepped away, allowing a heat map to show off Karakura. Nearly every single location on the map had varying degrees of red marks. How is this possible? Kamamura growled, they're everywhere. They were indeed. Yamamoto's hands clenched harder on his gnarled staff, remembering the events of hundreds as well as over 1,000 years past. This had to be the work of Hollow Bait. We need to mobilize. Tozen said sharply, that many hollows will quickly overwhelm any force stationed in the Jirichi and lead to mass casualties. Actually, Ninyu said, whatever forces are stationed in Karakura have been dealing with the invasion. The hollows have been dying nearly as quickly as they've been arriving. I was unaware we had any captain-level fighters stationed there. Well now, perhaps Ranjiku-chan isn't dead after all. Jin smiled easily. Get the video working. Mayuri demanded, we need to see this. We are trying. Nimue replied, there have been some heavy interfer dash. She was interrupted as her soul pager rang. She quickly pulled it from her cleavage, making several wonder just how much stuff she could fit in there, and took the call. You are on speaker. I have the captains here with me. Sirs. The voice sounded panicked, it's a disaster. The hollows and huge hollows were one thing, but we evidently have Jillians on the way as well. Get that video working now, damn it. Mayuri snarled. Sotecho, we must prepare the squads to sortie as well if Minos are involved. Tozen pleaded, turning straight to the old dragon. Got it. The voice on the call yelled, and the mobile screen Nimue had brought switched over to the image of the giant cracks in the sky. Karatsuchi Fukutecho, please enable the multi-view function. Nimue hurriedly walked over and fiddled with the device, and a second projected screen popped into the air. Matsumoto. Hitsugaya yelled incredulously, why is she still in her jigai? Who are those other people? In the commotion, the slight sigh that escaped Yamamoto went unnoticed. He recognized Urahara, of course. They had almost always known where, in general, the eccentric man was. The Central 46 may have demanded his death after his escape, but Yamamoto had already lost too many good soldiers to follow through with any real zeal. The fact that something made him doubt the situation hadn't helped matters. But the other whelps were new, and judging from the modified Chihakusho, one of them was likely a substitute Shinigami for the former lieutenant. There was no other reason for her to be in a jigai during a situation like this. And then what happened next forced his eyes open. The assembled captains watched as the young girl with orange hair blocked several concentrated Sira with a shield that then reflected the damage, killing several Minos with their own powers. He watched as the substitute used an electrical attack from the tip of his sword that wiped out several more. He watched as the group of young teens annihilated several creatures that would have given the vast majority of his forces a great deal of trouble. This is incredible. Aizen said softly, who are these children who can take care of Minos on their own? If they're all the same age as the girl, they can't even be legal adults in the living world. They watched as the presumed teens mopped up the rest of the hollows, and the Jirichi was once again secure. The surveillance bugs then lost track of the team, as they vanished after some short conversations with each other. As Nini shut off the projectors, Kochiki Byakuya dispassionately stated, it is clear from the footage that former Lieutenant Matsumoto has given her powers to a human. He closed his eyes, a high crime, after the last time we dealt with a substitute. Hitsugaya flinched and looked at his feet. He sighed, I will go collect her. He said softly, not looking forward to this at all. Everyone looked to the Sotecho, waiting for his verdict and dismissal. Yamamoto had his eyes closed again, considering what he had seen. The potential he had seen, and the obvious closeness between the substitute and Shinigami interested him. The boy was strong. That much was a given. But how strong? Jillians were a poor test for anyone who had enough Ryatsu to actually cut them. And what role did Urahara play in this? He considered, and then slammed his staff on the floor to give his verdict. Ichigo no. Kigo wailed as he saw Ichigo leap hundreds of feet down into this weird basement from the top of the ladder, you have too much to live for. And so does she. The hell are you on about, Kigo? Ichigo snarked as he landed easily, much to the shock of half the people in the room. The rest of the assault squad dropped down as Ichigo put Ranjiku on her feet. Chizuru was stuttering as she pointed a shaky finger at them, that was hundreds of feet down. What the hell? As if this tiny drop could hurt. Ichigo said as if he hadn't just given physics the middle finger. Honestly, did you forget that you got teleported halfway across the city? Oh. Yeah, kinda. Kigo scratched the back of his head. Itchy nii. Karen and Yuzu yelled as they ran forward, leaping into his arms. Are you two okay? He asked as he hugged them tightly. It was a close call. Ranjiko said as she patted the young girls on their heads. Karen tried to be brave, PSH, those things were pretty weak like you said, Itchy nii. But there were a lot of them, Karen-chan. Yuzu turned watery eyes up to her big brother. TCH, I should have fed Yurio his own damn nose. Ichigo growled. What happened? Karen asked. Yes, please. A stressed out and harried looking Konita Ryo asked. What were those scary things? Michiru looked like she was going to pass out just from speaking with him. And what the heck are you wearing? Mehana was not looking anywhere near as bubbly and peppy as she usually did. Chizuru had actually burst into tears again and was hugging it out with Tatsuki and Oraheim. Mizuiro actually still had barely spoken since the incident. And that wasn't even mentioning the munchkins from Karen and Yuzu's grade, all of whom looked halfway between terrified and excited. He groaned, Listen guys, I'm being serious here. You're better off not knowing. What? Ryo glared at him, We were attacked by a monster and you're telling us to just forget about it? Yes. Tatsuki, still half-hugging Chizuru, said bluntly, It's a whole new world you'll be stepping into, and frankly, you might wish you never found out if we tell you. Then why do you know? Mizuiro finally spoke, his voice sounding hoarse. I was born into it. Ichigo shrugged, and found out most of it on my own. These three were with me when a big one attacked and watched me kill it. It was scary as shit. Tatsuki said bluntly. And if we make you aware of the details and you decide you want in, you'll be under constant and increasing threat from them. Sato told them, his arms crossed. We'd rather you guys leave protecting you to us. Oraheim said softly, before sighing, though I suppose even I wouldn't want to leave it at that. I was too excited about everything to realize how much danger we were actually in. Chizuru shuddered, that monster was going to have her slaves rape us. Just for her own entertainment. She started crying anew, I never want to feel like that again. Michiru started to cry too, oh gosh, that's awful Chizuru-chan. She wiped her tears, Oars just chased us and kept trying to eat us. You two got lucky then. Ichigo said, the mindless ones are easier to handle. Ryo stomped up, I refuse to let that happen again. Regardless of what everyone else feels, I want in. He sighed, considering them and their resolute faces. Even Michiru wasn't backing down, and that wallflower could barely even speak to him without being scared. He had Ranjiku and his father, who had taken Karen and Yuzu's friends away to give them their own explanations. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, so be it, he said softly. I'm sure you know that I pretended to be able to see ghosts when I was younger. That wasn't pretending. And so, he launched into his story, and chuckled mirthlessly as his friends and classmates got paler and paler with every word. What a fucking day. Ichigo carelessly tossed his towel into the hamper as he finished drying his hair. He walked into his room in only a set of boxers as he dropped onto the bed. The explanation had taken a while, and when it was over, his friends had needed some time and refreshments to get themselves under control. And then Kigo had asked what kind of magic he could do and which one of them was the strongest. Ichigo would chuckle at the look on his friend's face as he showed off a casual zero for the rest of his life. His musings cut off as his door opened and he raised his head. His eyes opened wide, and he sniffed like a bull as he took in Ranjiku. She had come into his room wearing what seemed to be a very short, gossamer, lavender robe. Her beautiful red hair was still somewhat wet, making it look even darker, and the robe wasn't even properly secured, showing off bits of her right shoulder. She was staring at him through lidded eyes. Hey beautiful, he said, not able to get much more out. Hey yourself. A happy smile rose up on her face as she walked in and shut the door behind her. She pressed a button on a device she was holding, and set it on his desk. Ichigo twitched as he felt some sort of keto go up around his room. I'd hoped. She put her left knee on the bed, to get another date in. She climbed up and straddled him, but it appears your dumbass cousin ruined that. His heart started to beat faster, and his hands found her thighs. It's probably our last night for a while, isn't it? Yeah. She said, I wish we had more time, but I doubt they'll even give us the full day. She slowly and lightly dragged her nails up his chest, so, let's make the best of it, Ichi. She lowered her lips to his and kissed him. I love you. She whispered. Love you too, he claimed her lips again. They didn't get much rest that night. In the end, they'd had more time than they had thought. The two spent a few hours lazing in the house in the morning, yet the expected Ryatsu from Shinigami arriving to capture Ranjiko never materialized. Once they got bored of just lazing in bed and snuggling, they made their way to Urahara's. My, you two sure look like you had some fun last night. Yoruchi had a Cheshire cat grin on her face as she stared at the two, making a Jigai walk gingerly. You've got some talent, Ichigo. Ichigo both blushed and smirked. Ranjiko giggled, little rough around the edges, but he was a quick learner. She winked. Tatsuki chuckled, if Kigo or Chizuru were here, they'd be dying of jealousy. She winked at him, still, doing that after yesterday? Not the most romantic, is it? Ah, that's right. Ichigo's face fell, as did Yoruchi and Ranjiko's. They still don't know, he sighed. Well, we wouldn't have gotten the chance if we waited. Chad, Orihime, and Tatsuki immediately realized something was wrong. What's wrong? Tatsuki asked, her eyes narrowing. Why did the mood shift to the graveyard? Why wouldn't you have gotten the chance? Ichigo regarded them carefully. Okay guys, you've been with me through thick and thin ever since I first showed you this world, but this is different. The danger involved makes Minos look like newborn hollows. The three looked at each other, and became as deadly serious as he'd ever seen them, so if you think this is too much for you, none of us would begrudge you. Cut the bullshit, Ichigo. Tatsuki snarled, angry that he was even saying it. Ride or die, Ichigo. Chad said, you protect me, I protect you. That's how it's always been. Orihime nodded sharply, not even vocalizing her agreement. You've got good friends. Yoruchi said, smiling softly. The best. Ichigo chuckled, dumbest too. Hey! Tatsuki and Orihime yelled indignantly. Alright, here's the deal. We're going to war. Ichigo said bluntly. They all blanched. What the fuck? Tatsuki yelled, you can't just say something like that without any details. Long story short, Ranjiko said, there are 3 traitors in Soul Society that have been working in secret to undermine the Gotei 13 and grow their own power. Every single one of them villains with good publicity. She crossed her arms. One of them in particular, the leader of the group, is directly responsible for costing the Seriatii 4 captains and 4 lieutenants to an illegal experiment, which he then blamed on Urahara. He caused all 11 of them to have to flee the Soul Society to avoid being hunted down and killed. Wait. Orihime wrinkled her nose. 11? Hadenclogs, Yoruchi, and Tessai. Ichigo clarified, making her ah in realization. Ranjiko continued, almost 20 years ago, he was also responsible for the event that caused Captain Shiba to leave the Soul Society as well. If I had to put money on it, I'd say he was also probably responsible in some way for the Hollow Beta Shida use being so much more powerful than it should have been. He was also responsible for framing me and my friends for an incident in the Seriatii, which got me demoted and sent here. What the fuck? Tatsuki was gaping. Sato's eyes were narrowed. How has he gotten away with all this? His Zanpakuto S Shirkai has the ability of complete and total hypnosis. Yoruchi replied, and so he can make anyone see, feel, hear, taste, and touch whatever he wants. A full body shudder ran through Orihime and Tatsuki. That's awful. There's more to it, but that's enough background info for now. Ichigo told them, what matters is what's happening now. We're letting them believe what we want them to believe because we're setting our own trap for them. They are currently operating under the assumption that Ranjiko gave me my Shinigami powers. Whether they personally believe that to be true is irrelevant. We're not sure how well we've been able to maintain information sanitation here. What's important is that the rest of the Seriatii will believe it, and that is highly illegal. I volunteered for this, for the record. Ranjiko told them as their faces lit up with horrified fury. By the end of the day, they will have come after me, where they will sentence me to be executed. What? Even Sato yelled in horror, Ranjiko, you can't. Orihime launched herself at the bustier woman, already crying. It's already set in stone, Hime. Ranjiko giggled, which means you guys are going to have to come save me. Hence, going to war. Ichigo said, punching his palm, we're going to break into the afterlife and beat anyone who gets between us and Ranjiku. We'll expose these fuckers and if we can, defeat them ourselves. We're obviously in. Tatsuki said, mimicking him. Like hell we're letting Ranjiku die, and it's obvious these three fuckers need some lessons in manners. Sato and Oraheim nodded resolutely. We've got your back, Ichigo. Sato held his fist up resolutely. You can count on us. Oraheim agreed, you two just found each other. There's no way we're letting these old meanies separate you. Ranjiku giggled, hugging the younger girl firmly. Yoruchi smirked, good. But that means you all will have to be ready to deal with thousands upon thousands of enemies, in enemy territory. A purple miasma seemed to shadow her, which means your asses belong to us until it's time to invade. Of the four of you, only Ichigo has a chance of surviving against the best the Seriitii will throw at you. I hope you're all ready. Tatsuki and Oraheim hugged each other, feeling cold. So, we'll be ramping our training up? Sato asked, thinking they had already been on a good pace. No, Kasuke came up to them, we have very little time at this point, and a lot to do. Therefore, we will be transitioning to more personal instruction. Sato almost jumped as Ishin appeared and clapped a hand on his shoulder, you're with me, Chad. The mature boy nodded. And you with me, Miss Oraheim? Tessai smiled at her, you've been a diligent student so far, but I expect excellence now. I'll do my best, Tessai-sensei. Oraheim smiled at the giant man. And that tight ass is mine, Tatsuki. Yoruchi grinned at the martial artist, who grinned back and raised a fist in challenge. Guess that means I'm with you, huh, hat and clogs? Ichigo looked over at Kasuke. He was surprised when the man shook his head. Not quite. Kasuke snapped his fan open, oh no, I have other plans for you. It's about time I call in a favor. Ichigo could only wonder what that meant. The second the sun started to sink across the horizon, it happened. Ranjiku and Ichigo were taking a walk through Karakura Park when they felt the arrival of two Shinigami. Here we go. He said softly. I'll see you on the other side, Ichi. Despite her belief in him, her heart was still hammering. Love you. She said softly, stealing one last kiss. Love you too. He replied, feeling pissed off that this had to happen at all, and then allowed his Ryatsu to leak slightly as they continued to walk. The two Shinigami who arrived noticed his Ryatsu immediately, and raced their way. Two of them. Won't be captain, then. Ranjiko sighed, he would have come for me alone. She grimaced, I just hope they weren't stupid enough to send Kenpachi. Ichigo snorted, wouldn't that be something? A few seconds after he finished speaking, the two appeared, and both of their eyes widened, no fucking way. He thought to himself. For two reasons. First was his evil twin, standing across from him. The guy looked like him, if skinnier, less muscled, and older with dark hair, 3 thin scars running down his right eye, and some tattoos on his face. Why the hell did he tattoo 69 on his damn cheek? Ichigo's eye twitched. But the true cause of his shock was the man beside him. He was a black man with darker skin than Yoruchi, with his hair done up in braids. He had the traditional Shinigami Shihakusho with a captain's Haori over it, an orange scarf around his neck, and what he was told was a very expensive set of shades over his eyes. Kanin Tozen, one of the very men that they were going to Soul Society to expose, was in front of them. Ranjika quickly forced herself to speak, Captain Tozen, Hisagi. Ranjika let out a sigh as she saw them. I hadn't expected you to be the ones. I figured Captain would be coming to get me. Indeed. Tozen stated calmly, his sightless eyes nonetheless boring into hers. Hisagi insisted on coming. Captain Hitsugaya allowed me to come in his place. Why, Ranjiku? Hisagi asked, looking distraught, why would you give your powers to a human? It's forbidden. You say that as if she had any other option. Ichigo retorted sharply. He elbowed Ranjiku in the side, why didn't you tell me I apparently had an evil twin in the Seriitii? He asked playfully, while rapidly wondering what they were going to do. Could they really pass this opportunity up? He may not have been Aizen himself, but... Despite herself, Ranjiko giggled, before biting her lip. She took a breath. My first night here, there was a group of 6 huge hollows. Hiseiji's eyes widened in shock. I was easily able to handle 5 of them, but the 6th could camouflage so well that I could not sense it until it attacked. It got me from behind. Hiseiji clenched his fist in despair. At that point, it was either give up my powers to Ichigo, or give a hollow that could camouflage utterly perfectly a free meal. It would have evolved right here in the city. Can you even imagine it? A Jillian in the Jirichi? She bowed her head, expertly spinning her yarn. I did what I had to. I see. Tozen said, for what it's worth, I believe you made the right decision, Matsumoto-san. A fresh and possibly intelligent Jillian appearing in the middle of the Jirichi would have been an utter disaster. Your violation of our laws was, for once, following the path of least bloodshed. Of justice. I will speak for you at your trial. Thank you, Captain Tozen. Ranjiko formally bowed to him. Nonetheless, the black man stated, our mission remains unchanged. Your arrest, and the removal of your powers from Kurosaki Ichigo. He looked at them. Will you come quietly and accept this? Yeah, about that. Ichigo scratched the back of his head with a wry look on his face. Even if the lie they believed had been true and his powers really did belong to Ranjiko, Ichigo was definitely not the coming quietly type. With it being his powers to begin with? See, I've done a whole load of studying on your soul society, Captain-san. And I've found that leniency is not exactly a word in your dictionary. Tozen was silent for a moment. Chances of her escaping punishment are low even if I vouch for her. He allowed, but they are greatly multiplied if she comes quietly, and you accept your depowering without issue. Yeah, see, the thing about multiplication is that anything times 0 is still 0, and I know what you lot do with criminals. The maggot's nest for centuries, or death. And that I can't abide. Ichigo held out his hand, and both Shinigami were shocked when a massive blade appeared in his hand in a flash of light. He swung it over his shoulder, and to be frank, I like having the power to protect my loved ones. So, I'll have to decline. Tozen looked at Matsumoto. Do you have nothing to say? Are you not concerned for his health? Will you allow this boy to die when he may live? Nothing I can say. Matsumoto said apologetically, I can't control him any more than I can control the night sky. So be it. Tozen said, before looking towards Hiseiji and nodding. Hiseiji instantly drew his Zanpakuto. You should make this easy on yourself, Kurosaki. He said while stepping forward, you have talent, clearly, but you're too green to face experienced Shinigami. He said, I'm surprised you were able to release your Shurkai so quickly, but Shurkai on its own will not save you tonight. Ichigo had to bite back a grin. So, they think this is my Shurkai, huh? Thor was roaring in laughter in his head. He supposed he could understand the mistake. The adornments on the weapon and its shape were completely abnormal. It certainly wasn't a katana, and the fittings were much fancier than Shinigami were used to. That's so? Ichigo slowly smirked, which had alarm bells ringing in Hiseiji's head. Why is he so confident? I know he has that one large attack from the briefing, but there's no way he'll use it here, right? This is a public park. The thought drifted through Hiseiji's mind. Even as he tightened his stance, he spoke, it is nothing against you, Kurosaki-san, but you've been a Shinigami for 2 months. Even prodigies such as Captain Ikimara needed a minimum of 1 year to graduate from our academy. And, well, Ranjiko isn't exactly the most diligent. He said, finishing with a sweat drop. Feeling the love here, Hiseiji? Ranjiko yelled, pouting. Yeah, she is a bit of a lazy cat, huh? Ichigo chuckled. Still, we're burning moonlight here, so, grinning, Ichigo raised a finger, Heido number 4, Byakurai? Hiseiji's eyes bulged as a bolt of lightning almost bigger than he was passed by where he had just been standing. What the? He ground his teeth as Ichigo appeared above him with a rumble of thunder, his blade already crashing down on his desperate block. Hiseiji's blade trembled like a leaf in a storm as he tried to force Ichigo back, but was completely unable to. This isn't. He sank to one knee, unable to believe that both of his arms were incapable of holding back just one of Ichigo's. Hiseiji jerked his arms to redirect Ichigo's sword and rapidly backpedaled. Ichigo allowed him to go, still smirking. What's wrong? I thought I was too green. Why are you backing away? Tch. Hiseiji clicked his teeth. Don't get cocky, kid. He leapt into the air, clapping his hands together. A lavender rod of light appeared between his palms as he expanded them outward. Bakuto number 62, Hyaparankan. He threw the glowing rod, which multiplied mid-flight into 100 of them. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto and swiped it at the sky. The sheer wind force generated by his swing shattered half of the glowing rods and then hit a gaping Hiseiji like a cannon blast. His smoking form crashed to the ground, landing on his knees. He looked disheveled, his shihakusho was frayed in multiple spots, and some blood was falling from his forehead over his face. This isn't possible. Off to the side, Tozen was frowning, thinking much the same thing. Urahara had done too good of a job getting rid of their spying insects. They had very little information on Kurosaki beyond the fight with the Minos Grande. Even his interaction with Grand Fisher had somehow been blocked. All they knew was that Kurosaki was capable of fighting hollows long before Ranjaku had been sent, but had never seemed to be an actual Shinigami. Hiseiji grit his teeth as he stood, unable to believe that his young opponent was going to force him to this point. And worse, he wasn't sure it would be enough. Reap, Kazushini! He called out. Ichigo whistled. So, this is your Shirkai, huh? I never got to see Ranchans. This was, of course, blatant lying. Not that Hiseiji knew that. Instead, the dark-haired man very carefully ignored the implications of that pet name. That's right. He held up one of the pinwheel-like blades, although I don't really like bringing him out. Why? That thing's badass. Ichigo called out in confusion as off to the side, Ranjaku held back the urge to facepalm. Badass? Hiseiji asked. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. He allowed it to drop, holding on just from the chain and letting it swing. I can't say I like the way it looks. Ichigo's sweat dropped. Is he serious right now? Inside of him, Thor rumbled in distaste. Alright, I'll bite. He said, why the hell not? Hell, that's appropriate. Hiseiji replied, it looks as though its one and only purpose is to kill. Ichigo turned his head to Ranjaku. Is this pussy fucking serious right now? You shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent. Hiseiji yelled before Ranjaku could answer, flinging Kazushini at Ichigo. The blade spun with an almost bell-like ringing sound. Yeah, no. I'm done with you. Ichigo turned back, allowing the spinning sights to strike him. What? Hiseiji didn't even remember to pull his Zanpakuto back in his shock. First of all, Ichigo reached up and grabbed Kazushini's shaft, pulling it away and confirming what Hiseiji had feared. While Ichigo's shirt had been cut up, his skin was completely unmarred. Perhaps you should return to that academy of yours, as you're clearly not ready to be a Shinigami, Hiseiji Shuhei. If two opponents fight and one of them has overwhelmingly superior Ryatsu, the weaker one will always lose. This is day one shit. In other words, you're so weak you can't cut even my passive output. Hiseiji was trembling in shock and fear as he tried to yank Kazushini back, but Ichigo held firm. He's like Kenpachi. How is this possible? Second of all, you damn dimwit, your sword is a weapon. And I don't know how it's escaped your notice, but weapons are made to kill. He unleashed his lightning, which immediately crawled up the chain across towards Hiseiji before he could react. The man screamed as his nerves flashed repeatedly, before he fell down, smoking. And third of all, there is no great hangout in the sky where all the Zanpakuto spirits wait to be claimed like some fucking bargain bin superstore. Your Zanpakuto is literally born from and part of your soul. You are your Zanpakuto and your Zanpakuto is you. So, you're literally only insulting yourself. Hiseiji let out an agonized cough, a puff of smoke exploding from his mouth. Enough. Tozen said before he could speak, stepping forward. My apologies for not ending this sooner, Hisagi. He put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and bathed him with what little healing Keto he knew. This is far outside what we predicted, Captain Aizen. This boy is powerful. Color returned to Hisagi's charred skin, but Tozen's focus was on Ichigo. Collect Matsumoto and return to the Suriitii. Why yes sir. He glared at Ichigo, yanking on Kazushini's chain. He glared at Ichigo hard when he refused to let go. I should just take this. Ichigo said, making both Shinigami stiffen in anger, you clearly don't want or deserve it. He let go, get the fuck out of my town and don't come back until your balls drop, coward. Hisagi glared at him as he resealed his Zanpakuto and used it to open the Senkaman. Ranjaku. He said softly. Ranjaku faced Tozen, you asked why I didn't seem concerned for his health, Captain. She finally let out one of her cat-like smiles, it's because I had nothing to be concerned about. I'd take care if I were you. The only reaction from Tozen was a tiny twitch of his right eye. Ichigo shot Ranjaku a grin, I'll see you soon, Ranchan. Ranjaku smiled softly as she turned and walked through the Senkaman, don't keep a girl waiting, Ichikuen. It was the worst blow Hisagi had taken all fight, and it was all he could do to keep from flinching. You call him a coward. Tozen said as he regarded Ichigo, are you not afraid of your power? Hisagi hesitated a step, wanting to hear Ichigo's answer. Do I look like a pussy to you? Ichigo asked bluntly. The Senkaman closed. Those who do not fear their swords have no right to wield them. Tozen drew his own Zanpakuto. Buddha's fat tits, you're insufferable. Ichigo let out a long, drawn-out sigh, let's just get to the fighting, shall we? Clearly the pussy got it from you. Do not believe yourself superior because you were able to overwhelm Hisagi. Tozen chided, he may be the second strongest in my division, but the gap between a captain and a lieutenant is the same as the gap between the two of them compared to the rest of the division. You trying to talk me to death? Ichigo swung his Zanpakuto up to his shoulder. Not going to lie, that would be a new one. Might even work. I see you're nothing more than a barbarian like those fools from the 11th division. Tozen sighed, very well. I won't waste my breath. Cry, Suzumushi. Immediately, a piercingly sharp sound erupted from his blade and engulfed Ichigo. Ichigo flinched from the ringing filling his ears, and swung his blade. Again, the air pressure from his swing forced his opponent to abort his attack. The black man had a deep frown now, to survive my Suzumushi's cry. I see. I should not have allowed Hisagi to fight you at all. It pains me to have to kill someone as young as you, but I will do what I must. He leapt into the air, Suzumushi Nishiki, Benihiko. After images seemed to follow his blade as he swung it in a wide arc before a veritable wall of steel appeared. Each and every steel blade, more spikes than anything, fired at Ichigo. Ichigo judged the power in them, and realized that at the 20% all regular captains and lieutenants were limited to in the human world, they wouldn't even pierce his Hiero. Perhaps if the man was at full power, he might have needed Blutvene as well. He simply stood there, unmoving. Tozen landed, with so many blades, dodging them is impossible. May you find peace in dash he stopped, his mouth hanging open as the smoke cleared. Didn't we just go over this? Ichigo's clothes were torn to shreds, but he was unharmed. I see you did a fine job of murdering my clothes. Good work. This was far beyond anything Captain Aizen had envisioned. This just wasn't possible. He knew Ichigo had been active for longer than the 2 months the rest of the Suriitii thought, but this level of power just should not have been possible. To not even take a scratch from his attack, even with his power output as limited as it was, meant that Ichigo was either pushing into the same tier as the captain himself, or was already there. Despite his self-control, Tozen couldn't help but feel a bit of fury over the fact that he was about to be forced to take a teenager seriously. He was going to be a laughingstock among not only the Shinigami for the few weeks it would take for them to put their plan into motion, but with the Arrancar as well. You must not live, Kurosaki Ichigo. With your power, you will easily be capable of disrupting the Suriitii's peace if you truly intend on rescuing Matsumoto-san. Hundreds will likely die if I do not end you now. In order to ensure lasting peace, I will show you my Bankai. He intoned as the ring on his sword's tsuba started to glow, spin, and then enlarge. They multiplied into multiple rings which spread across the park that had been chosen for the confrontation. The 10 rings surrounded the two, and then what seemed to be a black shadow rose up between them. Suzumushi Tsuashiki, and Makurogi. Tozen said, and it was the last thing Ichigo heard before it seemed like the world died. He looked around, but all he could see was black. He could hear nothing. He could smell nothing. He didn't even have any taste in his mouth. He couldn't sense anything either. His spiritual senses were as deadened as everything else. He clenched his fist on his sword's hilt, and smiled slightly as he realized that touch remained. So, this is a Bankai, huh? Impressive. He called out, and it was incredibly strange to be unable to hear his own voice even as his skull vibrated from it. Thank you. Tozen said, calmly walking towards Ichigo. Not that you can hear me. How does it feel to be in a world without sound or light? He asked as he swiped Suzumushi at Ichigo, slicing into his shoulder in a small spray of blood. So, that's your game, huh? And you can even cut me while my Hiero is at its weakest. I guess it's true that Bankai increases strength 5 to 10-fold. Ichigo smirked despite the fleeting pain. I've gotta fuck with him, right? He raised his blade as he activated his blood vene, though only on his important vitals. It took less Ryatsu than it took to harden his Hiero, so it would be less noticeable. Wouldn't want to give the game away too soon, right? It's useless. Tozen said, preparing to walk around him and stab him in the back of his thigh. Even the most skilled swordsmen feel fear in total darkness, which slows their reactions. You won't be able to predict my Movem. Ichigo swiped down, and the resulting shockwave blew everything around him away. JRK, Tozen was forced back a few dozen steps. What sheer force? What are you? He vanished with Shuunpa, slicing into Ichigo's other arm and his thigh before backing away. You know, Captain-san. I've got a theory regarding our Zanpakuto. Would you like to hear it? Ichigo called out to him, making the captain stiffen in confusion. Ichigo continued, uncaring about whether Tozen had answered positively or negatively. I've already said that Zanpakuto are reflections of ourselves. They are you. So, what are Shirkai and Bankai? This was all stuff that he'd discussed with all the other Shinigami in his life, with his own musings. His little lecture was sure to confuse the man, and he only wished he could see Tozen's face when he got to the good part. Shirkai can be said to be like your public face. Learning your Shirkai's name is like becoming self-aware enough to accept who you think you are or who you wish to be. For some, you have cases of what you see is what you get, like yourself. You say you hate bloodshed, and so you have an attack that knocks your opponent unconscious. Bloodless, easy, quick. Where are you going with this? Tozen asked, despite knowing that Ichigo couldn't hear him. Of course, yours has a second ability too. An overwhelming attack designed to kill quickly and relatively painlessly. The perfect Shirkai for someone professing to stand for justice and who follows the path of least bloodshed. Ichigo was pacing, occasionally taking some cuts that caused him to flinch or hiss in pain. Occasionally, Tozen had to kick him away before he could reach his Bankai's boundary, now interested in what Ichigo had to say. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some people have unrealistic views of themselves, of course. Some people delude themselves into thinking they're someone they're not. The entire time, Ichigo had been analyzing Tozen's Bankai, and realized that there were very brief flashes of not quite so dark darkness every time he'd been cut. Touching Suzumushi must cancel the effect, even if the black dome surrounding them still made it incredibly dark. So, what is Bankai, then? It's incredibly rare, because it forces people to confront their delusions to see who they really are at their core. For some, that means a Bankai that is completely different from their Shirkai. Ranchan told me about Kuratsuchi's Zanpakuto. His Shirkai seems sinister, but could potentially have some benign uses such as very precise surgery. His Bankai, on the other hand, shows that he's a toxic fuck to everyone around him. Damn if that incident where dozens of Shinigami died because Mayuri was in a rush hadn't pushed his son of a doctor button when Ranjaku had told him about it. His was one of the few bankai she knew about, as Mayuri had used it a fair number of times in the last century. Despite himself, Tozen let out a grudging smile. Yes, that did describe Mayuri perfectly, didn't it? He even gave Ichigo a respite for it. For some though, what you see is truly what you get, like Hitsugaya. Ice and much more ice. Not very complicated. Ichigo continued. A fascinating theory, though I still do not know where you're going with it. Tozen sliced Ichigo twice more in a burst of shunpa, cutting open his right cheek and his left hip. But Ichigo hadn't even flinched that time, so where does that leave us with Suzumushi Tsuashiki and Makurogi? He asked, and Tozen stiffened. Total sensory deprivation, except for the sense of touch, allowing you to easily perform one simple, decapitating stroke to end a fight with the least amount of pain possible. You could even do so with an army if needed. The perfect bankai for someone professing to be a man of justice. Tozen smiled, considering simply severing Kurosaki's Hakusui and Saketsu and leaving him alive. But Ichigo's next words froze his smile like glass. But you're not killing your opponent in one blow, are you? Ichigo's vicious smile made a return as he got to the fun part. Oh no, you've been having fun carving me up like a Christmas roast. Shut your mouth. Tozen snapped, stabbing Ichigo in the foot and making him grunt in pain. Still, Ichigo laughed. What's wrong, Captain? Did I strike a nerve? Shut up. Tozen slashed his stomach, not even noticing the blow didn't go as deep as he wanted. This isn't the bankai of a man of justice. This is the bankai of a cowardly sadist. Ichigo swiped his sword again, blowing up the terrain beneath them. Tozen appeared behind him and slashed him in the back. You know nothing, boy. Ichigo swiped behind him, barely missing the incensed Tozen's hairline. You toy with your prey in here. Shut up. Slash. You're probably getting off on it. Seeing me groan in pain every time. Why else would your bankai not shut touch off as well? Shut your damn mouth. The now completely enraged black man roared, spraying Ichigo's back with his spittle as he carved him up a dozen times. Boom! Another downward swipe caused an explosion. You don't care about justice. Ichigo crowed, laughing at the increasingly vicious blows he was taking. The captain hadn't even realized Ichigo's high-speed regeneration had gone into effect, nor that his blade wasn't biting as deep anymore now that he had started hardening his he arrow just enough so that Tozen's strikes were barely paper cuts. The only thing you care about is vengeance without suffering the consequences of getting caught. That's why you have a bankai that only serves to hide your true face from the world. Die. Tozen brayed, completely uncaring about Aizen's interest in this boy now. He charged forward and stabbed Ichigo in the heart. Only his blade skidded up rather than penetrating. What? And before he could react, Ichigo caught the hand holding Suzumushi in an iron grip. He groaned as Ichigo crushed his fingers, and then Ichigo's head crashed into his nose, shattering the delicate organ. He reared back in shock, before Ichigo's other fist crashed into his gut so hard he lifted off the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth in a spray, but Ichigo merely hit him again and again. He vomited when he was finally allowed to land, now completely panicked. And while I've got you here where no one can see us, if Tozen could see, the slasher smile on Ichigo's face would have haunted him for the rest of his life. The Vizards send their regards. Tozen froze. He knows? Yeah, that's right, you son of a bitch. I'd tell you to tell Aizen we're coming for him next, but Ichigo threw Tozen around, before his Zanpakuto appeared in his hand again. He then dragged Tozen forward while swiping. Gah! Tozen screamed at the top of his lungs as Ichigo cut his arm off at the shoulder. Around them, Suzumushi Tsuashiki and Makurogi popped like a balloon, returning them to the real world. You'll be too busy being dead. Ichigo finished his statement, dropping the man's arm and then vanishing in a sonito. See Captain Aizen, were the coward's last thoughts as a brief flash of agony heralded his head flying through the air. His body fell to its knees as Ichigo allowed his Zanpakuto to disappear. He stared at the corpse, his heart hammering and his stomach feeling like it was doing flip-flops. He quickly gathered up Tozen's body and head and vanished with a burst of sonido. Ichigo had no way of knowing, but he had drawn more of Soul Society's attention than had been expected. Rather than allowing his captain and lieutenant to simply go about their duties, the Sotecho had again summoned his subordinates to observe the mission using Kuratsuchi's spy bugs. Bit unusual, Yamaji. Kairaku mumbled to his master, a curious look on his face. He, Unohana, and Yukitake were the ones standing closest to him, one member of the old guard, and the other two were the old man's best students. The boy interests me. Yamamoto admitted, he took former Lieutenant Matsumoto's Shinigami power, and yet seems to have surpassed her in a mere 2 months. Urahara's presence also complicates things. I think we all know that if they wanted to disappear, we'd never actually find Matsumoto or the boy. He eyed the screen, which was turned off at the moment, a human child of 16 years. He said dryly, and his fellows did something a vast majority of our men could not do. It is irritating. Peace has lasted for centuries. Unohana Retsu closed her eyes, it cannot be helped. We do not have the enemies we once had. Yamamoto grunted noncommittally, it is beginning. To your posts. Sir. The three obeyed, and the screen lit up, showing the footage of Hisagi and Tozen confronting the two. For most of the captains, this was a formality. Kenpachi honestly wouldn't even have been paying attention if he hadn't wanted to see what the boy could do. They listened as Ranjiku explained why she had done what she had, and Hitsugaya scowled fiercely, this is ridiculous. 6 huge hollows working together? Camouflage so perfect an unsealed lieutenant-class fighter couldn't sense it? That is concerning. Aizen replied, intelligent hollows do not work together. They're too busy devouring each other. There are exceptions to every rule, you know. Yukitake let out a light cough. Looks like Ranjiku-chan had a good reason for doing what she did. Jin said lightly, his easygoing smile not faltering, we will be taking that into consideration, right? The old dragon rumbled, his eyes open and firmly locked on the screen. Byakuya closed his eyes, reason or no, one of our most sacred laws has been broken. We all know the story of Kogo Jinjo. He opened them, and the young fool is only making her position worse. He said as Ichigo blatantly refused to allow the elder Shinigami to remove his powers. What? Mayuri took a step forward, how did he do that? He glared at the Zanpakuto in the human's hand. The scientist was intensely interested in Ichigo pulling his Zanpakuto out of nowhere. The watching captains watched in various levels of disbelief as Ichigo not only forced Hisagi to release, but then went further by nonchalantly allowing a dull weapon to strike him exactly like Kenpachi would. None of the assembled captains had to even bother looking to know that a gigantic smile was practically splitting Zaraki's face apart. This is ridiculous. Kamamura roared, how is this possible? How can a human have that much Ryatsu? Matsumoto herself couldn't have done that. How indeed? Yamamoto watched, intrigued more and more by the lad. He had a thought, and his eyes narrowed, he looks like a Shiba. He would know. Joshiro's lieutenant looked just like the boy. So, you didn't die after all, you damn brat. He almost let out an irritated sigh at the realization that one of his old captains had gone native in the human world. And this human brat understands his Zanpakuto better than most of my subordinates. Otsu would be losing his mind right now. After frying the lieutenant, Ichigo let him go. Hisagi took Ranjiku through the Senkamen as ordered, leaving Tozen behind. Kamamura growled as he listened to the lad insult his friend and the man's lieutenant. Soifun was scowling heavily, this is blasphemy. Seal or no seal, how could a lieutenant of the Gotei 13 be defeated by a human brat? I don't think that's the right question, Soifun. Kairaku thought to himself, lowering his hat a little so it covered his eyes, the better question is why was Matsumoto so unconcerned with him fighting a captain? She has to know that we would be allowed to release the seal if needed. Ah ha ha ha. Kenpachi roared in laughter as Ichigo tanked Tozen's second attack, who is this kid? Where did he come from? His knuckles popped as he practically vibrated in place, oh, I can't wait to see him here. Looks like you won't get the chance. Kamamura sneered at the savage captain as Tozen used his Bankai. Jin joined Kenpachi in laughing. What are you so excited about, Kamamura Taicho? To be forced to use Bankai against a 2-month-old Shinigami is a little embarrassing, innit? A low growl rumbled out from Kamamura's helmet. They continued to watch the black bubble on the screen, though Soifin grew increasingly incredulous. What's taking so long? It's been several min. She shut her mouth as the bubble popped, and then her jaw and several others dropped as the result was showcased clearly. A Gotei 13 captain relieved of an arm by a human brat. Kanami. Kamamura sounded horrified as he broke formation. Kanami no. The sound died in his throat as Ichigo cut his best friend's head off. He fell to his knees, staring at the screen with dumbfounded eyes. Jushiro broke into a coughing fit as Retsu quickly made her way to him. Jin's eyes were wide open, and his smile dropped for the first time in a long time out of shock. Kenpachi was debating leaving for the human world right now, while Byakuya stared at the screen with narrowed eyes. Hitsugaya gaped at the screen, and couldn't help but feel anger surging as he realized how much worse Ichigo had made things for Ranjaku. This is impossible. Aizen was gaping, well and truly gaping at the screen. One of his most loyal subordinates, gone with a swipe of a blade. Externally, he was the face of shocked grief. Internally, he was both furious and utterly elated. This is incredible. He's exceeded my every expectation. Is it the Quincy side? The Hollow side? The Shinigami side? He completely disregarded the human side. How far will you go, Kurosaki Ichigo? What heights will you reach? Will you join me in the heavens? Kamamura broke the spell of horror and felt black rage engulf him as he pounded a fist onto the First Division's immaculate flooring. Kurosaki Ichigo. He ground his teeth together as a sound that did not come through a human throat rumbled out of him. Genryo Saidano. I will depart immediately to bring this savage to heel. Yamamoto had been watching the same broadcast his subordinates had been, and he quietly considered everything he had seen of the boy thus far. Anger at yet another lost captain filled him, though he couldn't help but wonder at the tactical blunder the boy had just committed. An invasion was one thing. Killing a captain was another. He had to know that the response would be even more deadly and determined than before. Was it nothing more than the impetuousness of youth? You will do no such thing. He finally rumbled. What? Kamamura gasped, but Genre dash. Tozen Taicho used his Bankai, and yet the boy appears to be nearly uninjured. Yamamoto said, that means that at minimum, any fight with him will require that our men be unsealed. I will not allow this when it is not needed. He closed his eyes. We have what he wants. He will come to us. He growled at his captains, and when he does, you will show him the true strength of the Gotei 13. Prepare your squads. For the first time in decades, it appears we will have Ryoka in the Siriidii. Yes, sir. The captains called back out. Dismissed. He growled out, turning away from the group. And yet 3 sets of footsteps got closer to him, not farther. I said dismissed. He turned, seeing Retsu and his 2 students walking to him without concern. Something doesn't feel right, she said, speaking in low tones. She's right. The boy has to know how bad of a move that was. Kayaraku confirmed her thoughts. If his goal was to save Matsumoto-san, he has to know how much worse he's made things for both her and himself. Jushiro agreed. The old dragon stayed silent for a moment. He allowed one beaten opponent to leave. He said slowly, not unharmed, but whole. Retsu nodded. Why kill a beaten man after allowing another to leave? Perhaps he felt he had to dedicate his full attention to Kaname, and felt it wasn't worth it to pursue a killing blow on a lieutenant? Kayaraku mused, scratching his chin. Yamamoto couldn't help but feel that wasn't it. There was nothing telling him that. It was just a feeling deep in his bones. One he wasn't used to ignoring. You have your orders, he said finally, turning and walking away. This time, his captains listened. What did you do? Yaruchi and Urahara gaped at Ichigo as he dropped a body and head in front of them. Killed Tozen. Ichigo said, before lurching a little, I'm going to go throw up now. He vanished. That little idiot. Urahara pulled on his hair. Oh, this is so bad. Yaruchi massaged her temples. Soul Society is going to be after us like rabid dogs when we get up there now. Ichigo groaned as he walked back to them, and yelped as Yaruchi turned into a cat and launched herself at his face. Yow! Ichigo yelped as she stuck the claws on all four paws into his face. Do you even have a working brain? She yelled in her cat form's manly voice as he tried to dislodge her. Ow! God damn it, Yaruchi, get off my face! He finally pulled her off and held her by the scruff of her neck. I know it was a bad idea, but could we really pass up the chance to get rid of one of them? Short-term victory, possible long-term loss. Urahara said, looking uncharacteristically serious. Our goal was to expose them. Soul Society is going to be much less inclined to listen to us now. Things are going to be even more dangerous than they would otherwise have been. Ichigo waved him off. I don't think so. They were always going to be aiming to kill us. And even if they didn't, getting imprisoned wouldn't have been much better. We'd have been slated for execution anyway. Yaruchi had quickly resumed human form. We're going to need to step up our plans even more. Ichigo, come with me. We're introducing you to the Vizard now, and then I'm grabbing those three and getting their asses in gear. She grabbed him and the two vanished. And then they reappeared. Actually, she vanished without Ichigo and came back with a burlap sack, which she stuffed Tozen's head into. Maybe something good did come out of it. She grabbed him and they vanished again. Seriously? A warehouse? Could they be any more cliché? Ichigo snarked as he stared at the unassuming building. He eyed Yaruchi, and why are you completely suppressing your Ryatsu? She was grinning, oh, no reason. She passed him a note, I just need you to read this. And then she vanished. Ichigo read the note, and then his lips twitched. He inhaled deeply. With the Super Sentai rejects with piss-poor cosplay, please exit the premises. What did you call us, Carrot Top? Ichigo's eyes widened as the voice of a young girl heralded a sandal going through the metal entryway of the warehouse aiming right for his head. Ichigo bent backwards and caught it, holding in a shout of surprise as he was dragged back about 3 meters. He quickly straightened out and flung the sandal back, smacking a blonde shrimp square in the face and flipping her over multiple times before she landed face-first onto the pavement. Laughter burst from the warehouse as 7 more people exited, a green-haired girl laughing the second hardest. A tall, skinny blonde with quite a weird smile was practically not able to breathe. Ah. That's how it feels. Ichigo was smirking as he noticed what the other blonde didn't, the growing number of tick marks on the girl's head. She whirled up with her other sandal in hand and Ichigo swore he heard bones break as she smashed it into the male blonde's face. What the hell are you laughing at, Shinji Baka? He crumbled to the floor clutching his face. Damn it, Hiyori, what the hell was that for? Shinji sat up, glaring at the shrimp. What do you think, asshole? Why are you laughing about a young maiden getting sandaled in the face? Hiyori yelled back, and the two butt heads. Ichigo grinned, geez, I've heard of old, married couples, but you too. Yeesh. Am married? The two of them yelled, me? With this idiot? The two pointed at one another. Wahahaha. You're even in sync. Kuna Mashiro started laughing hysterically. How did we not see it before? Yadamara Lisa, the more mature-looking young woman holding what was quite clearly a dirty manga, was smirking widely, and you didn't even invite us to the wedding? Idiots. Shut up. The two yelled. Hiyori turned to Ichigo, and you? She snarled, who the hell do you think you are, coming in here and insinuating I would marry an idiot like this guy? Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo introduced himself, crossing his arms. Some eyes widened, that's a surprise. And what are you doing here? Ikawa Love asked. Section Ichigo said before he vanished in a rumble of thunder. Nuguruma Kensei's eyes widened, that wasn't Shuunpa. He said, narrowing his eyes. It was Sonito. Hiyori finished his thoughts. Ichigo appeared again, carrying a hysterically laughing Yoruchi over his shoulder. Wahahaha! That was even better than I dreamed. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Yoruchi! Shinji stood to his full height. Alright, I'll bite. What's the punchline? Yoruchi calmed herself and took a deep breath. Long story short? She asked. Before jabbing her thumb at Ichigo, you guys are training him for a bit. And why the hell would we want to do that? Hiyori snarled, especially after the insult to start things off and then the jokes at our expense. Whoa. I thought you might ask. Yoruchi smirked wide, so we brought you a gift. She removed the sack from her shoulder and tossed it at Kensei's feet. The silver-haired man eyed it, before leaning down and grabbing it and lifting it up. The sack turned over, and Tozen's head came tumbling out. There were sharp inhales from all the wizards, and Kensei stared at it emotionlessly for a moment. And then he smirked. Damn if I'm not pissed I didn't get to do it myself. He turned to Ichigo. This you're doing, kid? Ichigo nodded. You have any idea what it means to us in particular? Not specifics. Ichigo said, I know he was one of the responsible parties, but no details. Let me tell you then. Kensei crossed his arms. This fucker was my sixth seat 100 years ago, and the little bastard hid his bankai from me until the day he used it to carve me and several fellow division members up so that we'd turn into hollows. He popped his knuckles just by clenching his fists, so like I said. I'm pissed I didn't get to do it myself. He grinned menacingly, so I'll have to spend a while taking it out of your hide. Shinji snorted as Ichigo smirked back just as fiercely. Guess that means we're taking the kid, huh? He tilted his head to the side and stared at Yoruchi. Why bring him to us? Why not train him yourselves? Yoruchi gave Ichigo a light spank. Why don't you show off a little, Ichi? If you insist, Ichigo grinned, before staring at Hiyori. Hey midget dash, she was immediately incensed. I suggest you dodge. Wah dash, she cut off and dove to the side as a bala passed by where her head had been. Whoa! Mashiro yelped as Hiyori stared, gaping. That was a bala. She jumped forward and started poking at Ichigo. But you don't have a mask. How did you do that? Are you defective? Cute. Ichigo thought to himself, resisting the urge to headpat the girl. Got hollow powers, same as you lot. He smirked. I'm just better at it than you. Kensei snorted. Bullshit. He crossed his arms. You expect us to believe a teenager who probably hasn't been using his powers for more than a year dash. It's been about 4 now, actually. Ichigo cut him off, and then he stepped inside a Garganta. He stepped out again behind the group, and they whirled around, gaping, and judging from those looks on your faces, his smirk grew in size. Yeah, that's exactly what I expect. How? The part of her that was once the lieutenant of the research division was itching to know. Hiyori shouldered her way past the other wizard. How the fuck did you do that? None of us can do that. You didn't even use your mask. Ichigo's smirk dropped and he scratched the back of his neck. Well, I'm different from you lot too. I was born with my hollow side, and I don't have a mask. Well, if you were expecting us to train you in your hollow powers, you can forget it. Odoribishi Rojuro, or more commonly, Rose, said flatly, a strained look on his face. If anything, you'd be training us. Nah, Ichigo waved him off. That's not why I'm here. He slipped his hands into his pockets. If you lot want the details I'll give them, but the short explanation will do for now. Me, Yoruchi, and a group of my friends will be invading Soul Society in about 3 weeks if things work out the way we think they will. We need to be as strong as possible to survive, and they have to dedicate their attention to my friends or whatever Urahara will be doing. And that's where we come in. The huge man with pink hair, Ashoda Hachijin, mused, I see now. He lowered his head. I'd say that's enough talk out here. Would you agree? Lisa nodded. Yeah, let's get inside. I want the details and the surroundings don't need to hear them. She turned and started walking in, wondering just what would cause a human teen to want to invade the afterlife. Hold on a second. Hiyori glared and stomped up to Ichigo, and looked up at him with narrowed eyes. Everyone else stopped. Ichigo stared down at her with a raised eyebrow. You want me to kneel or what? You want our help? Fine. Hiyori surprisingly didn't blow her top, but we ain't doing it for free. We want your help in return to get stronger as well. You've got abilities we technically should have but don't. She punched her palm. We got our own gripes with the Siriitii. Or more specifically, the Central 46, and a duo of shitheads. If I have to have these powers, I'm damn well taking them as far as I can and fuck anyone who says otherwise. Ha! Ichigo smirked. You got it, short stuff. Why you? Hiyori threw her leg up to kick him in the dick, and Ichigo quickly blazed next to Lisa with a sonido. Is she always on a hair trigger? He asked the sexy lady in the schoolgirl outfit. Like you wouldn't believe. Lisa let out a long-suffering sigh. Man Shinji, the married life must suck. Can't get it up for her anymore? Ichigo called over his shoulder, and several of the wizards sputtered and started howling in laughter. We're starting right the fuck now. Get over here and take your lumps, you fucking bleached idiot. The two blondes leapt at him with sandal and sword drawn. It's natural. He yelled before running into the opening. See you in a few weeks, Yoruchi. The workat was howling again. Have fun, Barikun. She called out, knowing it would irritate him. If you can beat all of them by the time we leave, I'll let you see the girls again. Consider it done. He called back before dodging a swipe from Shinji. Fucking perverts. Hiyori snarled, holding both sandals like swords now. Get over here, you little shit. Love laughed heartily. Well, things have certainly gotten far more entertaining in the past few minutes. The rest of them agreed, even if they wouldn't admit it. Sensei, why am I learning to cast Danku with no incantation? Oraheim looked confused. Or any of the weaker shielding Bakuto? Didn't we prove a week ago that my Santen Keshin was actually stronger than it even with the full incantation? We did. Tessai allowed, but that does not mean it is not useful to be able to do this, Oraheim-san. He gestured for her to sit, and he did so as well. Let me ask you, Oraheim. What would you do if you saw Tatsuki-san injured, and also saw Ichigo-san injured more than 100 meters away? Oraheim gasped, at the same time? Indeed. And now say that both of them are still being attacked, and they will surely die if you can't protect them. Tessai's voice hardened. Which of them will you pick to survive? Oraheim glared at him, her expression immediately angry. Neither. I'll protect them both. How? Tessai asked plainly. Your Santen Keshin can stretch that far. Nor can they be in two places at once. Oraheim froze in stunned realization. I'd send Santen Keshin to one, and defend the other with Shuunpa and Danku. She bowed. Thank you, sensei. I had never even considered such a scenario. Yes, I didn't think you had. Tessai let out a small chuckle. Now get to your place. We will not move on until you can safely block me. They stood and took their positions. Tessai held his palm out and held his wrist. Heido number 88. Hirio Gekizoko Shinten Reiho. Oraheim took a deep breath as the massive blast of lightning approached. Bakuto number 81. Danku. A transparent wall appeared in front of her, just in time to intercept the massive electrical storm. The massive blast should have hurt her ears, but they were reinforced with her Ryuryoku. The windstorm still blew her hair back and she could feel the heat from the explosion. She didn't dare close her eyes, and she knew why. Dankyo cracked. Santen Keshin, I reject. She chanted, and the golden shield sprang in front of her. Not a moment too soon either. Her barrier shattered, and would have shattered her along with it if she hadn't used her personal shield. She sank to a knee as Tessai walked over to her with a bottle of water that was enriched with Reisher. She thanked him and drank it greedily. That's such a drain on the Ryuryoku. She mumbled. The fact that you can perform it at all is astounding. Tessai said bluntly, you have no idea how many supposed rules you and your friends are breaking. Your growth is absolutely astonishing. And that goes for all of you. He sat with her again. Your Ryatsu grows with each passing day. Your spells grow stronger too. You have no idea what the instructors at the Shino Academy would do to have students with half of your growth rate. It's not that good, is it? She giggled a little nervously at the praise. It absolutely is. Tessai corrected her, even prodigies have a difficult time casting spells in the 80s, unless they have some natural inborn advantage. Those from the noble clans, for instance, would certainly be capable of it. They have generations of strong Ryuryoku to rely on. He looked at her seriously, but you must consider their age. Ranjiku-san was well over a century old. I myself was born 500 years ago. Even I took a few decades to build myself to the point I could cast more than one high-level spell a day. We were actually talking about that. Oraheim tapped her chin cutely, and we think it might be because we're human. Tessai's eyes widened, how so? Well, you said it yourself, right? You're 500 years old, but you don't look a day over 40. Oraheim giggled at him. You'll make me blush. Tessai laughed heartily at that. And the captain of Kurosaki-san's former division is, what, 73 now? She continued, but he barely looks much older than Karen-chan and Yuzu-chan, according to Ranjiku-chan. I'm certainly following your train of thought. Tessai rubbed his chin, humans certainly don't live as long as souls. You grow astonishingly fast to those of us who were born and lived in the soul society for our entire lives. Exactly. Oraheim chirped, so we thought maybe us being human was helping us, speedrun? Certainly, a fascinating theory. One that is also showing in the twins. Tessai stood, and one I will relay to Urahara-san. But that's enough of a break for now. We shall continue. Yes. She drained the rest of her bottle and got prepared. Good. Yoruchi yelled as she dodged another explosion from Tatsuki's unique ability, you're getting better at timing those blocks. Tatsuki's entire body was matted in sweat, and she was panting like a dog, but she refused to give up without getting at least one hit in. She vanished in a burst of Shuinpa, and Yoruchi was proud to see she was much faster than she had been when they had started last week. Ichigo's friends didn't have the insane growth rate that Ichigo had. His Ryatsu was truly ludicrous, and she had little doubt that he could eventually come to be called Kenpachi if he wanted the title. But that didn't mean that his friends wouldn't have left their teachers at the Shino Academy gaping. Yoruchi casually dodged her kick by inclining back and jabbing 2 fingers into her calf. Wah! Tatsuki spun cartoonishly before crashing into the dirt. Ugh, damn it. She struggled to get up, and Yoruchi sighed. Break time. The goddess of Flash called cheerfully, tossing her student a water bottle. We really need to get you used to Zenjutsu too. It'll be an edge you'll need. Ba dum tshhh. Tatsuki deadpanned, making Yoruchi confused for a moment before she got it and snorted. I don't get it though. Tatsuki said, you don't use a Zanpakuto. I'm a hand-to-hand fighter, not a weapon user. I'm a special case. Yoruchi said, smirking, and just because I don't use a blade doesn't mean I can't. She grinned wide at her student, if you'd like a demonstration, I could cut those clothes off you without a scratch in a blink. No thanks. Tatsuki yelped, covering herself up. This damn outfit was already revealing enough. Her body was for Oraheim and Chad's eyes only. Besides, you don't even know yet what your Zanpakuto will be. It could very well be a physical enhancement type. Yoruchi said, before tapping her student's blade, you've noticed, right? Yeah. Tatsuki drew her blade from her back, which had shrunken into a wakizashi at this point. The motion reminded Yoruchi of her little bee, I thought I was going crazy. Neither Oraheim's nor Chad's have changed at all yet. I think at least. I thought maybe the tsuba for both of theirs looked a bit different. But mine was getting smaller basically every day. You have the most affinity for yours. Yoruchi sat, well, next to our blockhead, of course. She smirked and Tatsuki giggled, though just the physical blade not changing overly much doesn't mean theirs aren't awakening as well. You're obviously suited to a smaller blade, as it leaves your other hand free. With Oraheim, there isn't much place in her combat form to actually make use of her Zanpakuto. With her personality, she's also much more likely to have a support-type Zanpakuto. She shrugged, not a clue for Chad. I kinda expected him to end up with a huge broadsword like Ichigo. How do I start communicating with it? Tatsuki asked, eager to know what the part of her soul that made up her Zanpakuto would be like. She had expected to just use it as an asachi for Kanso, but the way it seemed almost eager to be a true weapon for her had her just as eager to know it. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yoruchi smiled. Sit however is most comfortable for you and lay your unsheathed Zanpakuto across your lap. Will I be meditating? Tatsuki asked, already somewhat familiar with that. Yup. Only you'll be focusing all your mind and soul on your Zanpakuto. It's called Jinzen. Yoruchi explained, it's the one true method of communing with the Zanpakuto. Though be warned, the Zanpakuto rarely wishes to part with its secrets unless you earn them. And to earn them, you will have to fight or otherwise earn its respect. Any injuries you suffer inside Jinzen will be reflected on your real body. Tatsuki looked a little pale, but why? We're the same, aren't we? It's born from our souls. It is. Yoruchi nodded, but that doesn't mean its motivations are the same as yours. It doesn't mean that it wishes to protect the same things you want to protect. It doesn't even mean it respects you. There was more to it as well, but she had kept her lips shut when Ichigo asked. She wasn't about to tell Tatsuki either. Go ahead now. You won't get anywhere talking to me. Perform Jinzen, and you should probably do so every night as well. The more you do it, the easier it will be to communicate, and the faster your bond will grow. Tatsuki swallowed, before taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. Yoruchi smiled and laid back, keeping an eye on her student. Every once in a while, she would flick a pebble at the girl, until Tatsuki had stopped reacting to them entirely. Good girl. The chocolate goddess murmured. She glitched, and then was atop a bunch of pillows. She settled in for a nap. El Directo. Sato roared, throwing his right arm forward and unleashing a blast of energy at Ichigo's dad. Good. Isshin chuckled as he sliced the attack in half with another Getsuga Tensho. Your attacks are gaining more power, Chad. Sato's eyes widened as his opponent's attack approached him. He held his right arm out, and it morphed, becoming a large shield. He grunted as the Getsuga Tensho hit him and pushed him back. A shield is all well and good. Isshin roared, but this is a cumbersome one. He appeared above Sato and slammed his sandal into the boy's face, shooting him away violently. It blocks your vision. You can't afford such a thing in a fight. Sato got up with a wince of pain. I don't feel as if I'm improving as fast as the others, Ichigo's dad. Isshin rolled his eyes. Call me Isshin already, Chad. He crossed his arms. It's natural for you to feel that way, but don't be discouraged. You're strong. You're fighting a captain-level fighter using his Shurikai with only your body. You can't feel your own growth because I'm just that far ahead of you. I wasn't a low-level captain, you know? Even still. Chad sat cross-legged. Oraheim is exceeding expectations with Kido, and Tatsuki is already close to awakening her Zanpakuto. Everyone had their talents. Yours just happens to be in hitting things and tanking them too. Isshin shook his head. Do you have any idea what would have happened to you if I had hit you with an Ikitsu when we first started training you kids? You'd have been splattered against the wall and we would have had to get Oraheim to save your life. He walked over to Sato and jerked his shirt down, revealing a nasty-looking fist-shaped bruise on the boy's chest. Just because what you're learning is basic doesn't mean it isn't important. Old man Yama could disintegrate a hollow's torso with an Ikatsu. You're tough. You're big. And you're a wall. What you need is refinement. You need to get faster. You need to get even tougher. You need more stamina. At this point in your development, Kido would just be a distraction. We both know you don't have a whole lot of aptitude for it, and you already have a good, ranged attack in El Directo. Some Bakuto spells would help, sure, but we don't have time for that. Sato was silent for a moment as he considered his trainer's words. There was actually something I wanted to discuss with you. He said, finally. You've noticed, right? Noticed what? Isshin blinked, looking at him curiously. That my unique powers seem more hollow-like in nature. Sato replied. Ishin nodded, the confusion dispersing. You're wondering if you might be able to use hollow abilities too? I have no idea. He said honestly, and even if you can, I have no idea how to train you in it. You'd be better off asking the wizard for that, but I have no idea if they'd be able or willing to help either. Sato slumped a little, wondering how to break through this gap that he felt was starting to form. My powers are hollow-like. Hollows. Hollows live to consume, don't they? And then, he had an idea. Ishin, he looked up at him, and then told Ichigo's dad what he had just thought of. An evil grin crossed Ishin's face. Ichigo hadn't been sure what to expect from the wizards. Starting his training off that very afternoon with the three ladies of the group attacking him at once hadn't been it, but he was having a blast. Mashiro Super Kiaiik. With her voice distorted by her hollow powers, she roared as she threw her right leg upwards. A massive shockwave traveled upwards towards Ichigo, who dodged it handily by backflipping and falling back to the ground. He landed as her attack momentarily cracked the barrier surrounding them, and immediately had to dodge a swipe from Kubikiri Orochi. He grabbed Hiyori's leg. Oh fuck off. Hiyori yelled as he started to spin her around and around before throwing her like a shot put at Mashiro. She smashed into the green-haired girl and the two ladies smashed into the barrier, causing it to flash dangerously. What the fuck are you made of, asshole? She snarled as she got to her feet. Lisa was the third of the three former lieutenants fighting Ichigo at once, and she yelled as she swiped her katana at him repeatedly. Senmei Aroshi! Whoa! Ichigo yelped as he blocked the hundreds of slashes with his own blade, feeling like he was trying to block a chainsaw. He grunted as he broke the eventual blade lock with a hard shove back. He dove at her with his blade raised, but she bent back and put a hand on the ground. Spinning, she yelled out, Panty Flash Tornado! Ichigo's eyes widened as her heel smashed into his face and spun him around for another kick to hit him. And then another, and the final one was powerful enough to send him cartwheeling through the air cartoonishly as Lisa hopped back to her feet. Hiyori snarled, What the fuck, strawberry bitch? She stomped up and kicked him over. You've been beating our asses like drums all damn day. Of all things, that was what hit you? You didn't block a single one. Ichigo rubbed his jaw. Well, tell her to name her attacks better. Huh? Lisa blinked. What do you mean? Panty Flash assumes there are panties to be flashed. He pointed at her, an intense look on his face. Lisa actually blushed a little. Right, I suppose it is Thursday. What the fuck, Lisa? Hiyori's jaw dropped, and her eyes started twitching. Ichigo grinned, also, wasn't expecting clean shaven. Nice. He gave her a thumbs up. Die, pervert. Hiyori dove at him furiously, trying to chop his head off. Actually, it's waxed. Lisa called out with an amused smile as she put her mask back on, and since you're weak to seduction tactics apparently, I won't be wearing them for the rest of the week either, cherry boy. You just caught me by surprise. Ichigo retorted as he grabbed Hiyori by the face and threw her at Lisa. The lithe woman put out of the way, and grunted as he crashed down on her with his Zanpakuto. He jumped over a sliding dive kick from Mashiro and casually fired a bala at her with his free hand, causing her to yelp in shock as she was driven into the ground. Moo, that was mean, Berry Tan. The verdette pouted outrageously, not that he could see it. Mashiro Super Zero. She leapt up and with a very long winding motion, kicked out at him. A large, lime-green Sarathot looked more like one of his dad's Getsuga Tensho sliced towards him. Zero. Lisa yelled as well, forming hers at the point of her sword in a rich, royal purple. Triple Zero. Hiyori sounded as pissed off as usual as she formed a zero in front of her mouth and one in each hand. The three red dune blasts rocketed forward. Ichigo simply grew an insane grin as the three, technically 5, attacks all raced towards him. He hardened his he arrow and quickly realized he needed his blood venet as well. Come on, come on. He grit his teeth and braced. The cataclysmic blasts that rocked through the barrier nearly shattered it. The fiery explosions forced all three young women back, with Lisa tanking it the best. Shit. She cursed, Ichigo, you idiot. Are you alright? The smoke cleared, revealing Ichigo standing there, his entire body tense and clenched. His hakama pants were shredded, and his armor, cloak, and bandages were all blown off of him. His body was covered in burns, but it didn't look as bad as it could have. Shit, Hachi. We need healing for the idiot here. Hiyori yelled out to the giant. According to who? Ichigo called out before Hachi could drop the barrier. His wounds started to steam and instantly, his regeneration got him back to full health. The jaws of all of the wizards dropped. His shit-eating grin made a triumphant comeback. You guys ready to take this up a notch? No, I'm fucking not. Hiyori stomped up to him. What the fuck was that? You have high-speed regeneration too? What the fuck are you? How are you doing this shit? Ichigo smirked down at her, just your average human/Shinigami Hollow Quincy. Wait, what? Shinji gaped, what do you mean Quincy? You're a Quincy too? What, you didn't know? Ichigo blinked, my mom was a Quincy. But that doesn't make any fucking sense. Kensei looked pissed, I lived through the fucking purge. I was a captain even then. Hollow Ryatsu was anathema to Quincy, and vice versa. That's why Quincy destroy hollows. You can't fucking be both. You get annihilated. Ichigo could have explained, but he decided just to fuck with them. Skill issue. Kensei's eye twitched, that's it. I'm killing you now. He dove into the barrier and threw Mashiro out, blow it away, Tachikaze. His blade turned into a tiny trench knife, and he immediately sliced a vacuum blade at Ichigo. Go rest, Hiyori. Shinji patted her on the head as he passed by, his eye twitching just a tad. Let's give the kid a taste of what Zanpakuto combat feels like when they're not direct combat types. Collapse, Sakanade. His katana morphed slightly as it straightened out of its curve, looking like it now had small circles cut out along the blade. The pommel became a large ring, which simply floated now with his hand inside of it. I suppose I'll help too. Rose brushed his hair to the side. Play, Kinshura. His sword transformed into a golden whip. Ichigo blocked the wind blade with some difficulty, and blinked as he sniffed the pink mist Sakanade was emitting from Shinji's spinning. The hell is that? Rose whipped at Ichigo's chest, and Ichigo positioned his blade to deflect the point of the whip. Only that wasn't what happened. Guh. He grunted as something pierced him from behind. What the? He started feeling dizzy as he realized that the ground was the sky, and the sky was the ground. Rose sighed, and strummed his whip like a guitar. We won't be going easy on you, Ichigo. Kinshura Sokayaku Daiju Ichiban Izao Ibara. He called out the extremely long-winded name of his Shurikai's special ability. A loud strumming sound traveled to Ichigo extremely quickly, before exploding. Fuck! Ichigo coughed out a bit of blood as his regeneration went to work. Real captains are no joke. Hiyoro hardened in blood venet on standby at all times. Did you not know that Zanpakuto could do more than just enhance combat directly, Ichigo? Shinji grinned wider. Welcome to my inverted world. Inverted, huh? Ichigo thought to himself as he got up, I guess that means all senses of direction are reversed. Back and forward, left and right, up and down. Testing it out, he fired a bala at Shinji, only it passed right through him like Shinji was not physically there. He simply wavered, his grin wide as he lazily spun Sakanade on his wrist. Yeah, it's a strange feeling, isn't it? It's difficult to fight when everything is reversed. Your reflexes tell you one thing, but they're lying to you. Shinji continued to lecture, but he had already given Ichigo too much info. He wasn't near the top of his class for nothing, and his battle instincts were top-notch. It's just an optical illusion. He realized, before throwing his hand over his shoulder and firing a bala exactly opposite of where he was seeing Shinji. The illusion's eyes widened and quickly raised Sakanade to block. He easily took care of the attack, but Ichigo had just wanted information. So do you usually monologue and tell your opponent exactly what he needs to know? He drawled, his smirk coming right back. Heh, you're a smart kid. But can you do that in real time, with us trying to hurt you? Shinji grinned back. You might have figured it out, but that won't actually matter. Bet. Ichigo's smirk grew even wider as he raised his Zanpakuto, engulfed the world and blackened the skies, Guz and Ryu. And then there was lightning. Where have you guys been? Kigo yelled at them, looking actually hurt. We looked, and looked, and looked, but none of us could find you. I was so worried I didn't even play my games. Chizuru hugged Orihime and Tatsuki tightly. You were all gone. She said tearfully, we almost didn't even want to go outside. Rio looked down. We were trying to be strong after what you told all of us, but, she rubbed her arm, but then you guys just disappeared. You even missed the festival. Mizuiro said sadly, with Michiru nodding next to him. Sorry guys. Orihime said sadly, but we've only got 3 days off before we leave again. Why? Mehana said, almost snapping, after all of that, we were not even going to have you guys to help guide us? She looked to be near tears. Those guys you were with wouldn't even teach us how to defend ourselves. They said they were too busy. Oh, how can we even feel safe? She hugged herself, and was surprised when Ichigo pulled her into his chest in a hug. I'm sorry. He sighed, but we did warn you that you didn't want to know. He said softly as the normally outgoing and peppy girl clenched his shirt like a lifeline. Do you guys notice anyone missing? He asked softly. Missing? Kigo looked around, before jumping. What the heck? How did I miss her? Where's Matsumoto? That's why we're leaving. Tatsuki said softly, looking away from her friends. Ranjiku was taken back to the Soul Society. Ichigo said softly, and charged with the capital crime of giving her powers to a human. What? Rio backed away. What are you saying, Ichigo? He's saying that Ranjiku has been slated for execution. Sato rumbled, and Mizuiro and Michiru lost feeling in their legs and slumped down. All of them looked at the gentle giant in complete and utter horror. That's why we've been gone, and why they were too busy to train you. Orihime said, looking sorrowfully at them, they were too busy training us. Why, you're not serious. Mehana backed away, trembling. You're not really Dash. Going to go bloody the afterlife's noses? Ichigo asked sardonically. You bet your ass we are. You can't. Chizuru wailed, trembling. This is crazy. You told us some of those guys are thousands of years old. They're going to Dash. Do what they will. Ichigo said, and we will do what we must. We're saving Ranjiku, and if I have to go through the entire Gotei 13 to do so, that's what's going to happen. We're far stronger than you know, guys. We've been training very hard. Tatsuki said softly, before raising a fist and jabbing. They all saw the air noticeably churn around her fist, and whirled around to see a small crater get blown out of the grassy bank. Whoa, Kigo, Rio, and Mehana gasped, while the others merely stared in silent shock. We're leaving in 3 days. August 15th. Ichigo said. Rio sighed, after hearing that they have Ranjiku-chan, I can't even argue against you guys going. She was our friend too. I want to go. She looked down at her feet, but I'd just get in the way. They all knew it was the truth. He clapped a hand on her shoulder. After that, it should be okay for you guys to go over to the Shoten and start learning. We'll make sure that they help you. Ichigo told her, it won't help now, but maybe someday. Yeah. She nodded, before wiping a tear from one of her eyes. Well then. Kigo put on a brave face. If you've only got 3 days, that means we've only got 3 days to enjoy the summer with you. None of them dared think that it would be the group's last together. Whirling around, Kigo transformed into Kigo. Let's enjoy ourselves together. We'll make our own festival. And he's back. Tatsuki chuckled, putting an arm each around Sato and Orihime. Ichigo chuckled as he helped Michiru and Mizuiro to their feet. As they walked, Ichigo mused that he really should have hit Yuryu a few times before letting Ryukin have him. Kigo had reminded him of the Mist Festival, and he couldn't help but think about how much he would have liked to see Yoruchi and Ranjiku in summer yukata. You'll get her back, won't you, Ichi-nii? Yuzu asked her brother tearfully as she hugged him tightly. Karen scoffed, of course he will. She crossed her arms, they'll be back before you know it. Ichigo chuckled as he pulled his tsundere for a hug as well. The blushing girl pretended she didn't enjoy it. Yeah, that's right. He chuckled, we're just waiting on Urahara's cue to gather now. Karen looked at the clock. It's 1 a.m. now, isn't it? They usually didn't stay up this late, but they knew their brother was off to war. They weren't spending a single minute less with him. Looks like it. Ishin got up and opened the window. Why he didn't just have you go there, I have no idea. He mumbled, knowing it would have been quicker. It's a nice breeze today. All four of them blinked as a twinkle appeared in the sky. Ishin moved out of the way and their eyes all tracked the large ball with Urahara's face on it as it shot through the open window. It burst on the wall, coating it in what looked like a blood splatter. For fuck's sake, Kisuk. Ishin groaned as his children stared aghast at the message. Gather in front of Urahara Shoten immediately. It looks like blood. Yuzu teared up. That damn Hadenclogs. Karen growled, it looks like it was written by a murder victim in their own blood. Ichigo snarled, I'm gonna kill him. It'll be his blood on the next one. The blood continued to slide down the wall, revealing a postscript. P.S. To those who saw this and thought it was some written in a murder victim's blood horror movie cliché, you have no sense of humor. Can I kill him first? Karen threw a pillow at the mess, beating only Ichigo's throw. After I come back from the Siriidii. Ichigo sighed, before opening his arms. His sisters dove at him and hugged him for all they were worth. Don't you dare lose, okay, Ichi and I? Karen said, her tone uncharacteristically pleading. You come back, okay? Yuzu was already crying as he held them close. I don't plan on losing. Ichigo said, I've spent 3 weeks doing nothing but sparring with the Vizard. They're all strong. He smirked, very strong. Just don't get in over your head, son. Ishin walked over, and the two men hugged for once, rather than attacking, and whatever you do, don't try to fight the old man. Not even a little? Ichigo chuckled at the look on his dad's face. Ishin turned a little blue, I sparred with him once. Once. He shuddered, hit him with everything I had, and he smacked me with a half-assed ikatsu and put me through a wall. Ichigo laughed, man, what I wouldn't do for a picture of that. So mean. Ishin cried, before getting serious. Be safe, son. You got it. He turned away from his family, not wanting to see Karen and Yuzu's teary faces. See ya in a week or two. He said, before he vanished from their home. Karen and Yuzu didn't last 2 seconds, before Ishin found his arms full of scared daughters. They'll be okay, right Gochin? Yeah. Ishin put on a strong face, your brother is strong, and so are his friends. They'll be just fine. Ichigo reappeared in front of the Shoten in his customary rumble of thunder. He sensed that his friends weren't there yet, so he leaned on the wall to wait. It didn't take long for them to appear in their own bursts of speed. He quirked an eyebrow, what's got you looking so down, Haim? Orihime was pouting outrageously, I was told I have no sense of humor. Ichigo couldn't help the snort, God damn it, Urahara. That shit better come off on its own, or else I'll clean it with his face. Tatsuki punched her palm. Wow, you kids really don't have a sense of humor. And there was Urahara, smirking slightly, don't worry so much. It'll evaporate after an hour or so. He opened the doors, come in, and have those ears ready, otherwise you won't make it there alive. All right then. Urahara called out, and snapped his fingers. As I was exiled from Soul Society, I am unable to make a regular senkaman. 2 large stone pillars rose behind him, thankfully, this substitute is easy enough. He grinned widely, especially with our new trick. Why, I didn't even have to add the Reisher Henken key to it. Go ahead and transform, kids. They all did so, with Ichigo assuming his usual wear, and Tatsuki now wearing her Onmitsukido outfit, courtesy of Yoruchi. Sato and Orihime didn't look much different, as expected. Shouldn't we get Shihakusho for them as well? he asked, would be much easier to blend in if they're in disguise. One moment the air between them was empty, and the next Yoruchi was there in cat form. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get used to her male cat voice now that he knew what she truly looked like. Every Shinigami is assigned to a division, and it would be fairly easy to verify that they do not actually belong to one. Indeed. If you guys manage to pull it off, all the better. I would recommend the fourth for Orihime since she is already a healer. But the rest of you aren't going to be doing any blending in all likelihood. Especially you, Kurosaki-san. Urahara said, now pay attention, because this next bit is very important. He now looked as serious as they had ever seen him. We will only be able to keep this artificial Senkaman open for 4 minutes. That isn't truly an issue with your speed, and you'll definitely be able to make it to the end. What's the problem then, hat and clogs? Tatsuki asked, hands on her hips. The problem is that we'll be attempting something very dangerous. Urahara replied, you see, our goal is of course to rescue Matsumoto-san, and quite frankly, we don't have a lot of time left. Did you not wonder why I waited to create this Senkaman? Why we did not send you off immediately once you finished resting from your training? I had wondered that. Sato said, you had a lot of time on your hands since you weren't training us yourself. Exactly. Urahara said, spearing them all with his eyes, allow me to explain what you will find inside the Senkaman. Inside is the Dong-ai, inside which time is 2,000 times denser than any of the outside worlds. Whoa! Tatsuki gaped, so you could train in there. You're almost right. Yoruchi said, inside the Dong-ai is the Koryo, which prevents souls from moving if you're caught by it. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If you're caught by the Korya, you are almost certainly dead because you will be unable to move. Exactly. Urahara nodded, but there is one more thing inside the Dong-ai, which is the Kotatsu. Think of it like a street sweeper that passes every 7 days. If you touch it, you die. Simple and understandable. This is fascinating and all, but what the hell does it have to do with our mission? Ichigo asked gruffly. Everything. Kisuke said, because we've timed this mission for when the Kotatsu will be running through the Dong-ai. He lowered his head, allowing it to shadow his eyes. Allow me to explain. You do not die because it kills you. You die because it will throw you from the Dong-ai on an altered time axis, sending you hundreds of years either backwards or forwards. Holy shit! Tatsuki exclaimed, but why the hell are you sending us now then? Because we're going to make use of that property of the Kotatsu. Urahara replied, as long as you're not touched, these pillars will keep you safe. The only one of you allowed to interact with the Kotatsu is Orihime-san. As long as only her shield touches it and not her Shun Rika, we'll be able to gain an extra week or 2 with the full benefits of this rest period you all were given. Holy cow! Orihime had stars in her eyes. You're like a super genius, Urahara-san. Urahara laughed lightly, why thank you, my dear. He kneeled at one pillar while Tessai did so at the other. Are you all ready? We were ready a week ago. Ichigo said, let's fucking go already. He cracked his knuckles in preparation as all of his friends got their game faces on. Then dash. Not so fast. A new voice called out, before the owner appeared in Ishiwunpa. Lisa. Ichigo blinked, what are you doing here? The wizard was now with them dressed in her usual sailor schoolgirl outfit. Going with you. She said plainly, not all of us agreed with how we've dealt with the past 100 years. She crossed her arms, it's long past time that we get involved again, in my opinion. And I know several of the old guard. I might be able to get them to listen and smooth things out for us. She sighed, I just wish more of us were more proactive about this. Some of them don't want anything to do with Soul Society directly though. Not even to help take out Aizen. Welcome aboard then, Ichigo smiled gratefully, bumping her shoulder lightly with his. Even if it's only you who came, this will make things a lot easier. She smiled at him, before turning to Urahara, get me one of your special cloaks, Urahara. It'll be best if I can sneak around unnoticed until we're ready to go wild. Urahara nodded after looking at the clock. You leave in 45 seconds. Be right back. He vanished, and 20 seconds later he appeared with a cloak, which he threw at Lisa. He kneeled again as she put the cloak on. "It's all up to you now," he said. "Good luck," he yelled, before he and Tessai opened the Senkamen. All 6 of them disappeared from the living world. Chapter 8. In the Seriitii, alarms started to ring. In a certain room inside Squad 12, a series of small, wooden planks with characters written on them descended in their rails, clacking loudly once they struck the bottom. High up above, a mirrored set activated inside the royal palace, as the walls of the Sirihiki started to descend. Distortion detected in the western slums. Alert regions 3 through 8. I repeat. All around, the Shinigami who didn't already know this was coming flinched. A redhead who was walking with his petite friend looked around wildly. "Huh? What's going on?" In his training grounds, Captain Kamamura Sajin stopped his practice swings. His face and head were completely covered by a large, heavy helmet that concealed his appearance completely. A loud, snarling rumble echoed from behind his helmet as he heard the announcement. "Finally!" he growled out. In another part of the Seriitii, Shuhei Hiseiji caught his spinning Kazushini as he looked to the west. "Things won't be the same this time, Kurosaki," he said in a deadened tone. His fists clenched on the shaft of his weapons. And in his office inside the Division 1 headquarters, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni merely stopped his writing as he looked out of the window. "So, it begins," he stated softly, before resuming his work. "Okay, what the fuck is with the giant skeleton in the purple goo?" Ichigo asked, looking around. "Ugh, this looks nasty," Tatsuki complained as she did the same. "Don't just stand there, fools." Yoruchi's manly cat voice roared, "We have to get to the end, and the Koryu is closing in. And don't forget about the Kotatsu," Lisa said, shaking her head over the lack of concern she could see on their faces. "What's the big deal?" Ichigo yelled, suddenly more than halfway towards the exit, "It's not like any of us are slow." Yoruchi joined him on his shoulder. "That's no reason to be overconfident. If you're going to sit on my shoulders, at least be human." Ichigo scratched the cat's head, getting a purr and a laugh. "So, where's this Kotatsu thing?" Oraheim asked. "What does it look like?" "That." Lisa pointed, and they blinked as the way they came from was completely swallowed by Koryu, and a bright light started to shine from the ugly purple wall. "A train?" Oraheim started to sparkle. "So cool. Remember, only your shield can touch it, not your Shun Rika." Lisa jabbed her in the side. "Oh-ee." She rubbed the affected area and gave Lisa a teary gaze. "What was that for?" "So you focus." Yoruchi said, "Get ready." "Right." Oraheim took a breath as they braced themselves near the exit. "Santen Keshin, I reject." A floating portal of light in the sky flashed above a city of traditional Japanese houses. The portal flashed, disgorging tons of Ryatsu, before multiple bright lights shot out of it like miniature meteors and caused large explosions as they hit the ground. Oraheim coughed. "Is everyone okay?" One of her triangular shields carried all of them. She was sitting with her legs to the side. Sato was in a superhero landing, Yoruchi was spread eagle on her front, Lisa and Tatsuki had landed in a 69, which she was a little jealous about, and Ichigo was on his back folded up with his legs behind his head. "Wow! Kurosaki-kun, your landing pose is so artistic," she said gleefully. "Is that the pose you take when you get pegged?" Tatsuki shot out, grinning and blushing. The only reason she hadn't gotten a face full was that Lisa's Ryatsu hiding cloak had kept her skirt from flipping up. Ichigo's eye twitched, and he took a page out of his old man's book. He tucked his middle finger behind his thumb and flicked, resulting in him flipping his childhood friend the bird, with enough force for a tiny wind blast to knock her head back. "Ow!" Ichigo completed his roll and flipped up to his feet, patting himself off. "Huh, so this is the Seriitii, huh? You guys weren't kidding when you said it was feudal." "No, this is definitely just the Rukongai," Lisa informed them as she got up, not a hint of embarrassment on her face. Because she wasn't feeling any. "But where?" Realistically, we could have ended up anywhere. Yaruchi sighed as she took to her feet. There are 80 districts in each cardinal direction, numbered from 1 to 80. And the souls arrive in each district based on the purity of their souls while they were alive. Lisa told them, while truly evil souls go to hell, there are scales of evil. Someone could have committed evil acts from good intentions, or simply been brainwashed or taken advantage of. The worse their karma is, the higher the district they end up in. But with free movement between the districts, isn't that a bit of a waste of time? Ichigo asked, having some knowledge about it from conversations with his father and Ranjaku. It can be if someone slips through the cracks, but generally speaking, people travel closer to the Siriidii for a better life. They began walking, looking around. The place was a ghost town, with everyone in hiding at the moment. Those who act up and worsen their karma are quickly punished by the Shinigami and booted back to the higher numbers. Yaruchi told them. If they really act up, they are executed and returned to Earth without getting to enjoy the peace of the afterlife. Ah, I suppose that would keep folks in line. Tatsuki said, so, how are we supposed to figure out what district we're in? Aren't the districts themselves huge? How about we just try that patch of obviously higher quality land? Chad asked, pointing towards a shining white city in the distance. They all stopped and stared, before Ichigo chuckled, yeah, that about tracks. Either our luck is fantastic, or Urahara nailed it. He grinned, and it looks like the walls aren't even up yet. Let's go. He took off running. No wait. Their dash Yaruchi screamed. Boom. The walls came down. Coming. Yaruchi said, palming her face. Ichigo jumped back, ugh, can't just make things easy, huh? And why would we do that? An actual giant landed in front of him. It's been some time since anyone tried to enter the Siriman without a permit. The man could have hidden Chad inside just his forearm, and Chad was huge. His hair was tied into a ponytail, which extended down to his waist. He had long sideburns, which continued down onto his neck and were long enough to be tied up in small, ponytail-like tufts. He wore armor on his left shoulder and upper arm and left the left side of his chest exposed. On his head was a, frankly, rather cute red hat with tassels. At last, I have a customer. He hefted a behemoth of an axe, now, he said, before slamming the shaft of his axe into the ground, cratering it with his strength, show me what you can do. Nah. Ichigo replied, having already turned, and walked away. What? The huge man almost fell over. What do you mean nah? And you're already walking away? How rude. Yeah, no real point in fighting. Ichigo stopped and turned back as his friends caught up. Two skilled opponents should be able to tell, right? His eyes speared the giants, the level between them without crossing blades. The man started to sweat lightly, this aura. It's like being in front of Kenpachi Taicho, just without the bloodlust. Besides, it's not like you'd open the gate for us if we won. Tatsuki said offhandedly. Ain't that right, big guy? What's your name, anyway? Ikanzaka Jidanbo. Jidanbo revealed, having shaken the sudden nerves off, and of course I would. The obvious thing to do when you lose is open the gate for the victor. They all blinked. Is he an idiot? Only Oraheim didn't think that, and only because she was too nice to. Well, I suppose that's different then. Ichigo chuckled, how about it, Tats? Tatsuki grinned, before cracking her knuckles. Yeah, should be fun. One-on-one, right big guy? She started to walk forward. Of course. Jidanbo looked affronted, you must be from the country. Everyone knows you follow the 3 rules in the city. Wash your hands once you enter your home, don't eat food off the ground. He clenched his axe, and all duels are fought one-on-one. Those just seem like common sense to me, but you do you. She put her hands up and got into her new Hakuta stance. The name is Arisawa Tatsuki, and I'm the strongest girl in Japan. She grinned, let's have some fun. Japan? Jidanbo gasped, you mean the living world? How are you here? Why are you here? He shook his head, never mind. I suppose I'll have to ask you once you lose. He roared as he suddenly swung his axe with all the strength he could muster. Tatsuki raised her hand, her digits relaxed, and slammed it almost gently into the blade of the axe. Clang! The sound of Tatsuki's special technique rang out, but it was drowned out by the absolute gale force that buffeted all of them. The winds howled and they were forced to shield their faces from the dust. Once it cleared, Tatsuki was smirking broadly at Jidanbo, having completely deflected his attack with her bare fist. His eyes widened to huge proportions, and her smirk widened. Hope you got more than just brute strength, Jidanbo. A fiery aura surrounded her, 'cause you'll just make me stronger if you don't. What strange technique is this? Jidanbo asked, seeing that her fist wasn't even scratched. He started to chuckle. You are impressive. It's a shame you're not a Shinigami yourself. He stood a bit straighter. It's been decades since someone blocked my axe. I suppose I can't hold back. And then the giant vanished, appearing behind Tatsuki in a really loud swish with his axe already moving. You're fast. She praised, as she again blocked his attack, this time with her forearm, with a loud clang. But not as fast as Sensei. She smirked up at him before appearing level with his chest. Jidanbo's eyes widened as he raised his spare arm in front of him and allowed it to glow gold with his Ryatsu. Explosion! She roared, discharging all of her stored-up energy into his shield. He rocketed back and had to grind his feet on the ground to slide to a stop. What strength? Jidanbo laughed joyously, before drawing a second axe. Then I suppose I should use my strongest attack. Banzai Jidanda Matsuri. He roared as his skin began to turn red. Steam erupted from him as the armor he was wearing shattered, literally flexed off. He disappeared and again reappeared behind Tatsuki with his left axe crossed behind his neck over his right shoulder. It was like a mantis shrimp firing a bullet punch. The blade moved so fast it left afterimages. Tatsuki's eyes widened, and she jumped over the axe. A blast of wind sliced into the ground a dozen meters in front of him. 2. He swung with his right axe, and a new miniature canyon was created as she dodged to the right. 3. 4. 5. Jidanbo continued acting like a whirlwind, slicing and dicing everything around them except for the sekiseki stone that made up the walls of the Shirihiki. 6. Jidanbo seemed to get confused. 4, 2. Count to 10 properly, damn it. Tatsuki roared indignantly, and noticed he had slowed down a bit. This attack must take too much energy for the giant to keep it up at the absolute highest level for long. Clang! She was able to block and parry again. A swipe from the right was blocked by her left leg, and a rising swing that actually was cutting through the dirt on its way to her was sharply punched upwards and over her head harmlessly with another clang. 9. 4. 7. Jidanbo continued to call out, and even the onlookers were sweat-dropping. As surely there has to be some standard of education, right? Chad commented, his sweat dropped the heaviest and actually tilting his head slightly. Lisa chuckled, sure, but enough ability is enough to countermand silly things like counting to 10. She joked at Jidanbo's expense. His speed and power are why he's a gatekeeper and his intelligence is why he's not in any real position of authority. She kept her voice low, knowing that at this distance, even the sounds of the battle wouldn't keep her words from reaching his razor-sharp ears. She didn't want the big guy to feel bad, after all. Tatsuki continued to block, having maxed out her storage a while ago, but waiting for her opportunity. She finally got it when he slowed down even more. Explosion! She yelled, punching him with every bit of her energy square in the chest. Gah! Jidanbo groaned out, his axes flying from his hands and spinning through the air before landing on the ground. Even just their weight and the landing were enough to slightly crater the earth. Jidanbo himself flew straight into the gate he was meant to guard, and the impact rocked the structure, though it was undamaged. He let out a groan and slid to the ground, making it rumble with a miniature quake. That's my win, big guy. Tatsuki grinned as she landed, her fist smoking. Oof. Jidanbo hauled himself up, clutching his chest. That's a strange little power you have, little lady. He grimaced, rubbing the affected area. My blows were just making you stronger, weren't they? Aipe. Tatsuki grinned, so unless you have some Kido skill. She trailed off leadingly. No, I never had any chance with those. Jidanbo snorted, before grabbing one of his axes and looking at it, still in good shape, at least. He mumbled, before bowing to Tatsuki, 300 years I've been the gatekeeper of the White Road Gate. I've never lost a single time. He looked back at her, until today. You might be tiny, but you are mighty. You may pass. Jidanbo authorizes you to pass through the White Road Gate. Well, that was easy. Oraheim clapped excitedly. I doubt it. Lisa replied, blandly, while still hiding behind Chad so as to not get recognized by an old drinking buddy. Wonder if I could lift this thing? Ichigo asked idly as he watched Jidanbo dig his fingers beneath the gate. It's not as hard as it looks. Jidanbo replied, before howling in effort as he raised it. The teen smiled and began to walk forward, but stopped as Jidanbo started letting out terrified squeaks that sounded very out of place with his voice. Ichi dash. This won't do. There was a flash that only Ichigo, Yoruchi, and Lisa could track, and then Jidanbo's entire left arm fell off in a deluge of blood that almost drowned Tatsuki. What the fuck? She yelled as Jidanbo howled, sinking to his knees. Blood continued to splatter, and Oraheim immediately had Chad go get Jidanbo's arm, which had flown away, because it would be easier for her to reattach. The gate sank too, with Jidanbo barely able to hold it up. Ichigo's eyes sharpened as he drew his blade and held it loosely. Ikemaru Jin. He growled, wanting to simply kill the man here and now, but having been advised against it, at least until they were closer to exposing the traitors. Oh. I see my reputation precedes me. Jin chuckled lightly. He eyed Ichigo with his wariness well hidden. He had no idea how strong Ichigo actually was, what with him having beaten Tozen while hidden inside the man's bankai. He focused on Jidanbo. I can't believe you can hold that gate up with just one arm. You sure are strong. Definitely the strongest of Suriiti's giants. He smiled wider, but as a gatekeeper, you're a failure. I lost. Jidanbo panted, the obvious thing to do was open the gate. Jin chuckled again, that's strange. A gatekeeper that loses doesn't open any gates. His smile became sinister. After all, a gatekeeper that loses. He rapidly sidestepped a blade of wind from Ichigo. Dies. You're scary, kid. He eyed the trench that had been cut into the Suriiti's floors. Yeah, can't let a guy like you butcher a poor, defenseless giant. Ichigo shot back, why don't you choose a different dance partner, Ikemaru? Jin laughed, oh, I'm afraid I'd have to get in line for that, Kurosaki. Kamamura Taicho, Hitsugaya Taicho, and Kenpachi Taicho are also eager they might jump me if I try to cut in line. Ichigo snorted, yeah, I suppose that tracks. Kuratsuchi wanting to dissect you is a bit creepier, admittedly. Jin said offhandedly. I don't suppose I can convince you to just leave, can I? Fighting you here might get me in trouble. Sure. Ichigo said, surprising the white-haired man, but before I do, I think you deserve a parting gift for Jidanbo's arm. Jin stiffened as a blazingly potent Zero appeared at the tip of his Zanpakuto and crackled with purple lightning. The silver fox rapidly cried out, Bakuto number 81. Danku! A massive explosion rocked the area, rising above even the walls of the Suriitii. Jidanbo yelled as he was blasted backwards, and had to be caught by Tatsuki and Lisa. It took over 10 seconds for the shaking to stop, and if they were able to look over the walls, they would see a massive crater sitting where the doom blast had hit Jin's shield. Even from outside, they could see the massive mushroom cloud his attack had generated. Inside the walls, the man in question was shaking his head, somewhat stunned, but thoroughly entertained. The shouts of panic from the rushing Shinigami inside did not reach the intruders outside. Ugh, you idiot. Yoruchi groaned out on the other side of the wall, now they know some of what to expect. Ichigo shrugged, they were going to find out soon anyway. At least now maybe it'll keep the small fry off our backs. Why you saved me. Jidanbo panted in agony as Tatsuki helped him lay down. He was still dazed, but not out. Gonna do better than that, big guy. Tatsuki promised as Chad brought his arm back. Go to sleep, she said as Jidanbo finally succumbed to his exhaustion and shock. Oraheim shouted, Soten Kishun, I reject. Her hairpins flashed, and her shun Rika got to work. How will we get in now? Chad asked, looking at the two senior Shinigami. Going through the gate was stupid anyway. Yaruchi told them, it would have been exceedingly easy to find us, and the entrance was always going to be defended. Their attention was drawn as random townsfolk started to appear. Think they'll be friendly? Tatsuki asked. I think so. Lisa said, they love Jidanbo here. One of the few Shinigami universally loved by the citizens of Rukongai. Saving him will certainly have earned us a few brownie points. If that isn't counteracted by Ryoka like ourselves being considered the principal cause of problems over here. Yoruchi deadpanned. Luckily, Lisa was the one proved right, and in the unlikeliest of ways. Chad. A little boy came running up to them. After getting through the throng of people. Chad, it's me. Yuichi. Yuichi-chan? Tatsuki gaped, while Ichigo and Chad repeated the name in shock as well. Finally, the big guy grinned and walked closer. How have you been, little one? Did you find your mother? Ichigo asked, patting the boy on the shoulder. Not yet. Yuichi pouted, but anything can happen. You guys are here? Well, you seem happy, so we're happy. Tatsuki grinned down at him, before lightly slapping Chad. You two go catch up. You were closest to him, after all. Chad picked him up and put him over his shoulders, and walked away, chatting lightly with the boy. I suppose I'll go find the chief. Hopefully, he'll have the info we need. Yoruchi wandered off. I'll find us a place to stay temporarily, and some food. Lisa wandered off with Yoruchi. Ichigo looked over at Tatsuki, but she shook her head, and went to go keep Oraheim company. Ichigo wandered off, stopping every once in a while to chat with the townsfolk and gather information on both the Shinigami and their treatment by the Shinigami. But as he walked, he saw something that made him freeze. You? He breathed out. Before him was a young girl. A young girl with a very familiar face. She squeaked, and tried to hide behind a cart. Ichigo swallowed, but walked forward with a purpose and kneeled. Hey, it's okay. She peeked out from her hiding spot. I'm so sorry. She teared up. Ichigo shook his head. I know it wasn't your fault. He held his hand out. It's okay. He repeated himself. She shyly stepped out from behind the cart. Why, you don't hate me? That would be like hating one of my sister's friends. Ichigo said softly, if anything, this makes me feel better to know you truly were just an innocent little girl. You can't help what you did as Grand Fisher. She started to tear up, and he started to pat her on the head. I'm glad to see we actually make a difference. And idly, he wished he had at least punched Ishida in the nose a few times. She sniffled, thank you. He smiled at her, and she returned it shyly. I don't suppose my mom made it here with you, did she? I don't know. She replied, sorry. It was disorientating enough just landing here. I have no idea where any of the others ended up. Ichigo chuckled sadly, oh well. It was a long shot, anyway. He stood, maybe someday. You be good, okay? I will. She said as he nodded at her and started to walk off. He stopped and turned around. I'm going to be a Shinigami and help others, just like you. Ichigo grinned broadly. You do that, little one. I'm sure you could be a great one. She beamed, see you around. He waved behind his back as he continued to walk away. She ran off, a happy smile on her face. Night had fallen, and Oraheim had long since finished working on Jidanbo's arm. The giant was still sleeping his ordeal off, and they were having a small dinner. Yaruchi was asking about the whereabouts of Shiba Kokaku, which obviously got Ichigo's attention. Shiba, huh? That's right, boyo. Yoruchi replied, they've got the only way we'll be able to get into the Siriitii now. You can't possibly be thinking of going over the wall in that thing. The elder was sweating heavily. You betcha. The smirk on her face told it all. You're mad. The elder said, no one in their right mind would dash. And it's a good thing we are, otherwise, it would never work. Ichigo couldn't resist throwing that line in. He was pretty sure he knew what Yoruchi was talking about too, since he had asked for more details about the Shiba from Ranjaku and his father. Well, if you're sure. The elder looked like he was completely and utterly in doubt of their sanity, but provided a map for them all the same. Going pretty far out into the country for this. Tatsuki said as they walked towards the location on the map the elder had given them. This is weird. Orihime pouted, if they've got the only way to get into Siriitii without going through the gates, shouldn't they be living in town like some sort of celebrity? Lisa and Yoruchi both reacted, pfft. Before the black cat continued, no, that would be impossible. Lisa chuckled, yeah, a quiet, deserted area is right up Kukaku's alley. You'll see what we mean in a moment. But how will we know it when we find it? Tatsuki asked, before she froze, oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Yoruchi started to cackle, yeah, you can't miss a Kukaku Shiba house even if you're blind. They're just so recognizable. All of the teens gaped at the sight of what looked like a small, Japanese workshop with an absolutely massive smokestack, and two pillars shaped like arms holding up a red banner with Kukaku's name on it. That's beyond recognizable. Ichigo, Tatsuki, and Chad screamed inside their heads, totally aghast. Orihime was the only excited one. Kukaku Shiba can't live in town because all the neighbors would throw a fit. The banner holder is a pair of arms this time. Very nice. Yoruchi commented. It's different every time? Ichigo thought to himself, oh no, the goofiness is hereditary. Is it only a matter of time before I become a moron as well? You're already a moron though. Thor sniped at him, smirking wide. Oi! He fumed at his Zanpakuto spirit. Halt! Two identical, giant men wearing nearly identical outfits dropped in front of them once they got close enough. Who are you? They stared at them imperiously, you're a suspicious-looking lot. Koganahiko and Shiraganahiko shall not let you pass. Go! Or you will die here. Ichigo let out a sigh, it's okay if I just bruise them a bit, right Yoruchi? Yoruchi-sama? The two Nimrods gasped, and suddenly spotted the cat. They both fell to their knees and knelt to the cat. Forgive our blindness, Yoruchi-sama. It's fine. I should have notified you in advance. Yoruchi waved them off, we're here to see Kukaku. Why yes. Right this way. One of the two opened the door and the teens again gaped as it revealed a staircase leading straight underground. No entrance hall, no other rooms, no nothing. How did they even get to the second floor? They came to a set of rice paper doors, please wait here for a moment. Koganahiko? Have you brought some interesting guests? A woman's voice called from beyond the doorway. Why yes. Koganahiko, apparently, replied. Well, show them in already. What are you waiting for? She declared impatiently, and Koganahiko hurried to open the door. They laid eyes on Kukaku for the first time. She was a youthful-looking woman, and a bit taller than Yoruchi's human form. She had messy black hair that was covered in bandages, and wore a white skirt with a wide rip on her right side, along with a provocative red robe with the Shiba family symbol on the front that exposed her cleavage and almost all of her back. It was practically half bikini. She had a tattoo from shoulder to elbow on her left side, and her right arm was missing from right above her elbow. It was covered in bandages, as well as a holster holding what was likely her Zanpakuto. She was smirking, been a while, Yorui, she trailed off as she caught sight of Ichigo. Kyan? When'd you dye your hair? Yoruchi chuckled, along with Tatsuki and Orihime, I'm afraid you're a bit off, Kukaku-chan. Ichigo smirked at the woman, wondering if this was going to lead exactly where he thought it would, hey auntie. What did you call me? The fiery woman erupted and, well, erupted. Ichigo leaned backwards, just barely dodging her foot, which had been on a collision course with his nose. He blinked as he got a peek under her skirt. Was that a lightning bolt? He asked, and gave her a thumbs up, nice. Kokako blinked as she landed, and put her hand on her hip. Who the hell are you? She hissed at him, her eyes narrowed. Kurosaki Ichigo. He introduced himself, though you'd probably know my old man Shiba Ishin a bit better. He grinned at her. Kobanahiko gasped audibly while Kokako's eyes widened. Ishin is alive? She yelled, totally shocked. And kicking. Ichigo confirmed, before his eye twitched. Usually me, he deadpanned. Ha! Kokako barked out a laugh. That doesn't sound like that idiot at all. He was always such a lazy ass. She didn't not believe him though. He was the spitting image of her brother, just younger and orange-haired. Yeah, well, shit changed. I wish he was still a lazy ass. Old goat can't sit still anymore. Ichigo said, before sighing, he kinda had to after mom died. Ah. Her gaze turned sympathetic. Sorry kid. I'm sure she was a good woman. I'd like to hear more. The best. Ichigo smiled, and for sure. I'd like to get to know some more family. So would the twins, once the shit we're dealing with is done with? Kokako grinned. 2 more? You better haul all of their asses over here. I've been itching to throw a party. You're a Shiba. Since when do you need an excuse? Yoruchi laughed lightly. You know me well. Kokako laughed, before she threw an arm around Ichigo's shoulder and put him in a headlock. And don't fucking call me auntie. We're barely related with how far removed me and Ishin are. How closely is that, Kokako-san? Oraheim asked curiously. 8th? Kokako let go of Ichigo when he straightened out and lifted her off the floor nonchalantly, dropping to her feet. I'd need to bust out the family tree to know for sure, but I think, like, 3rd cousins, price removed? She shrugged, something like that. Huh, today I learned. Ichigo chuckled. Kokako mirrored him. Heh. She looked at Lisa. Lisa? Is that you? Hey Kokako-chan. Lisa smiled, taking off her hood. Holy shit, is everyone I thought dead actually alive? She gaped. Probably not everyone. Lisa denied, but those of us who were sentenced to death 100 years ago? She smiled. Yeah, we're still kicking. Kokako beamed. Well, looks like this party is just going to keep getting bigger then. Her grin turned into a vicious smirk. You here to raise some hell? We are. Yoruchi said, so we need a favor. Good. I love trouble. Lay it on me. Ranjaku. Hisagi walked up to the bars of her cell and called her name. Ranjaku was wearing a pure white robe that was perhaps a size too small. She smiled lightly. Hisagi. Some of the warmth between them was definitely gone, and she could see how he had bags under his eyes. She laid back on her cot. I heard an explosion a few hours ago. He smiled humorlessly. It appears your substitute has arrived. He had an edge to his voice that had never been there before when talking to her. She sighed. Damn it, Ichikuin. I know it was a good tactical move to remove one of Aizen's pieces, but the rest of them are pissed. Still, she smiled, I knew he would. I told you all so during my interrogation. Hisagi's teeth ground. Is that all you have to say? After he murdered Tozen Taicho? And now there's a huge crater near the western gate. And Tozen Taicho was trying to kill him in turn. She shot back. I suppose you would have preferred he just laid down and died? She could see his jaw clench even harder. Why are you here, Hisagi? She changed the subject abruptly. Hisagi huffed through his nose. You're being transferred to the Senzakya to await your execution. Fun. She said as she stood, barely looking at him. Let's go then. Damn it, Ranjaku. This isn't a joke. He slammed his hands on the bars. You're going to die for this murderous brat. Good, because I wasn't laughing. She smirked at him. I want you to think about this, Hisagi. It took Ichigo 2 months to go from baby substitute to being able to kill a sealed captain using Bankai, and that was just to fulfill my regular duties. She walked closer to the cell. So just how strong do you think he's gotten while training to save me? Hisagi didn't have an answer, but her captain did. Enough. The very young, white-haired boy snapped as he walked through the door. Clearly you're too emotional for this, Shuhei Fukuteicho. You're dismissed. Hisagi stomped away. Yes sir. She smiled. Hey Captain. Matsumoto. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at her coldly. I presume Shuhei already told you. He did. She said, before grinning cattily, how big is the crater? You're not taking this seriously at all. He deadpanned. No, you all aren't taking it seriously. Ranjiku replied, but you'll figure it out. Shall we go? Toshiro stared at her, completely incapable of understanding just where her confidence stemmed from. As he unlocked the door and tied her hands behind her back, neither spoke a word, before he led the procession to the White Tower at the center of the Siriidii. Ha! You're a fucking Shiba alright. Kokaku chortled, invading the afterlife to save your woman. I'm all in. She lay back and took a puff from her kizaru, blowing out a cloud of smoke. Wish I could actually go in with you lot, but that's impossible. Maybe if Ganju was still here, I could trust him to do the first part, but he fucked off to the Siriidii with Kaien. She rubbed her chin. Shit, you any good with Kido, Ichigo? Someone needs to be able to do the second part of the spell, otherwise it's a much nastier entrance than it needs to be. Ichigo winced. I've been working on it, but my Ryuryoku naturally turns into electricity which fucks everything up unless it's a lightning hado. Kokaku grimaced. I've been working on it, but we don't have time for me to both learn it and get it to the point where I can do it without conscious thought. She huffed out a breath. Fuck, well, it's going to be the hard way then. Nothing for it. She said, if we could use method number 2, you could precision guide your way in. If I have to use one of the other methods, I'll have to do all the heavy lifting myself from here, and wish you all luck. Kokaku-san, how exactly will you be getting us into the Siriidii? Orihime asked. Follow me. Kokaku said, and I'll show you. She walked out of the room, and they hurried to follow her. How is it so bright in here? Tatsuki asked. We're underground, aren't we? We grow Hodorokazura here, in the holes on the ceiling as well as both sides of the wood paneling. Kokaku replied, though did not elaborate further. Probably a glowing plant. Chad said, which got an affirmative nod from Lisa. We're here. Kokaku hauled the heavy wooden door open unceremoniously and stepped inside. Whoa, it's the huge smokestack from outside. Orihime gasped, it goes this deep? And how will this help? Tatsuki asked in confusion as Ichigo grinned. He clapped his hands together and rubbed them eagerly, a mad grin on his face. Oh no. Tatsuki groaned, that's never a good sign. Kokaku chuckled, I see that Shiba blood pulsing in you, Ichigo. She slapped a palm on the dark shaft. This is how you'll be getting in, through the sky. She pointed up. Tatsuki and Orihime both gasped. I'm Shiba Kokaku, Rokangai's premier fireworks expert. Koga Nahiko, Shiraga Nahiko, hoist it. She yelled up. Yes ma'am. The two stooges roared from above. And then they heard some really strange grunting noises that had the teens looking side-eyed at each other and about to start snarking before the entire floor they stood on started to move upwards. The roof, which looked like 2 solid feet of stone with a layer of soil and grass on top, started to open. The yellow smokestack had apparently been a facade for the black cannon and had shattered, allowing the real deal to now aim proudly towards the sky. How'd you like that? Kokaku grinned as they came to a stop. Did that scare you? This is Shiba Kokaku's exclusive fireworks launchpad. The Flower Crane Cannon. Orihime clapped loudly. This is going to be fun. Glad you think so. Kokaku pulled a large orb from somewhere. Catch. She tossed it to Ichigo. What's this thing? Ichigo asked her, looking at the design within the clear ball. A Ryushikaku of my own invention. Go ahead and fill it with Ryuryoku. She told him. Sure thing. Ichigo said, before focusing on the orb. Wait. Tatsuki yelled, making Kukaku twitch. What? She asked irritably. Chad, if you would? She elbowed her boyfriend. Sure. Chad went over and picked Ichigo up and walked away with him. Ichigo's right eye started to twitch. What the hell are you guys doing? Kukaku deadpanned as Chad put Ichigo down and ran back. No, she has a point. Lisa deadpanned. If someone would explode, Kukaku's breath caught in her throat as a massive ball about 50 meters in diameter erupted into being. Chad almost hadn't brought Ichigo far away enough. Holy shit. You don't need that much energy, you idiot. She screamed at him. Ichigo grunted, fucking hell, I'm barely using any. He tried to wrestle it down more, and got it down to about half. Be barely using any? Kukaku gaped, before turning to Yoruchi. How much fucking Ryuryoku does he have? Yoruchi let out a long-suffering sigh. If he had the skill, he could toss out forbidden Keto like they were candy. His Ryatsu is heavier than any I've ever felt, except the Sotecho, when he's going all out. Kukaku gaped at her friend. Shit fuck. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. She watched. He just had to get the most extreme gift of Shiba Ryatsu I've ever heard of, huh? You don't know the half of it. Lisa deadpanned. Well, this fucks things up even more. She watched as Ichigo managed to compress the ball down to just 5 meters around him. But at least he has talent. Her eyebrow twitched. Too bad it wasn't enough to not fuck up my lawn. Sorry. Ichigo grunted, not taking his focus off the spirit core in his hand. This is like trying to pick a 7-leaf clover from across a field the size of the Siriidii. Well, hurry it up. We can't launch unless you can fit in the cannon. Kukaku said. I'm assuming there's a reason we can't just not use it, right? Tatsuki asked Kukaku. Damn straight. Their expert replied, if you think the walls of the Sirihiki are the only thing that protects it, you're dead wrong. The walls are made from Sekiseki, which completely blocks Ryuryoku. It's in ore that's rare even in the Soul Society, and quite a bit of the known quantities of it are in that wall. And that means you can't just make a hole in it. Not with Ryuryoku, at any rate. She said, but the more important thing is that it emits waves that break down erasure. A sphere called the Shikanmaku that is normally invisible surrounds the entirety of the Siriidii. If you flew in without a defense, you'd smash into the barrier and, being made of erasure, would disintegrate. Tatsuki and Oraheim looked aghast. Holy shit. That's dangerous. And how does it not affect the Shinigami inside? The effect does not travel a far distance. Yoruchi replied, not unless the walls are shaped for it. The sphere itself is actually surprisingly thin, and you have to be very close to it to feel the effects. Understood. Chad said softly. And that's where the cannonball comes in. Kukaku said, smirking as Ichigo finally got it down to a manageable size. By infusing the Ryushikaku with your combined power, you will create a cannonball that is dense enough to punch through the Shikanmaku. She chuckled as Ichigo cut the power. It'll be a rough ride, but there's no other way. Any questions? Tatsuki started to say. Good. Kukaku said carelessly, you're dismissed then. Go to the dojo and start practicing with the core, because if you lose focus is boom. Oraheim and Tatsuki gaped at her. Koganahiko, Shiraganahiko, escort them. She snapped her fingers, not Ichigo though. He'll have to practice outside. Figured. Ichigo let out a groan. The others let out yelps as th. E2 walls of muscle started picking them up without so much as a by your leave. W8. Oraheim yelped, We can walk, and I want to ask Kukaku-san something. Kukaku looked at her as Koganahiko put her back down. What is it? What are your names, anyway? I never got them in the excitement. Ah, I'm Inoue Oraheim. Oraheim introduced herself. This is Arisawa Tatsuki-chan, and Yasutora Seitokuan. Most of us call him Chad. She giggled. Tiger, huh? She grinned at the big guy, who was feeling really small here in Seoul society, what with Jidambo and now the two idiots next to them. Nice to meet you all officially. So, what do you need, Oraheim-chan? Well, I was wondering if you'd like me to restore your arm? Oraheim asked, smiling happily at the woman. Eh? She and her two attendants gaped at the redhead. Oraheim-chan, this wound is ancient. My arm is long gone. There's nothing to heal anymore. The other half of it got blown up in a dumb keto accident. And even if it hadn't and I had kept the arm somewhere, it would long since have mummified. Healing this is impossible, she said sharply. Ichigo chuckled. Kukaku, let me tell you. He smirked as he clapped her on the shoulder. I've never seen any wound that Haim-chan could not heal. Kukaku looked at him, before she looked at Oraheim, and then Ichigo, and then Yoruchi, and then back to Oraheim. She pursed her lips slightly, before reaching up and removing her Zanpakuto. She handed it to Ichigo a little more roughly than she needed to, and then removed the bandages covering her stump. She didn't say a word, and merely looked at Oraheim. The redhead smiled. Soten Kishun, I reject. Her hairpins flashed, and her shun Rika got to work once more. The golden shield surrounded Kukaku's stump, and Oraheim closed her eyes. She could feel the years melting off of Kukaku's limb as she rejected them. Years, then decades, and then more than a century. And finally, after about a minute, flesh started to appear out of nowhere. The bits of flesh were torn, bloody, and burnt, but rapidly healed themselves and resolidified into Kukaku's arm. She even had a matching tattoo from her other side. Her shield disappeared, and Oraheim huffed as she put her hands on her knees. Oof, that was more tiring than I thought. As the rest of them beamed, and the twins cheered raucously, Kukaku looked at her arm as if she had seen a ghost. There was a joke there, somewhere. She turned it back and forth and side to side, stretching it, feeling her elbow pop, and touching it with her other hand. She looked at Oraheim, who was wiping her sweat off. This is incredible. She breathed out, throwing a few punches with the arm, before finally beaming and wrapping Oraheim up in a hug that cracked her back and swung her around and around in a circle. Oh, you have a friend for life, Oraheim-chan. Waiawa. Oraheim squealed as Kukaku twirled her. Kukaku-san. Dizzy. I dash. She was cut off as Kukaku abruptly put her down. Koganahiko, Shiraganahiko. Why yes, Kukaku-sama? The two crying giants asked her. Go prepare a feast. And break out the good sake. She ordered, I'll oversee their training myself. Tonight, we party. Ichigo chuckled as the two stooges quickly ran off to fulfill their orders. Ikimaru Jin. A wizened old voice called out as the doors opened and the silver fox walked in. Oh, such a big procession for little old me? Jin asked, looking around. Where's Yukatake Taicho? Still sick. Unohana Retsu said softly. Again? That poor thing. Jin said airily. Enough. Kenpachi Zaraki's growly tone called from the right, you let the Ryoka escape. Did you think you were called here to discuss a sick captain? Kuratsuchi opened his mouth, but Yamamoto called, silence. His eyes were open, and glaring down on Jin. You acted without orders, and faced off against this Kurosaki. And now we have a crater at the entrance to the west. Explain yourself. Well, I was just in the area when I heard the commotion from the other side. Jin scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I figured I would stick around just to see the outcome. I wasn't expecting that gate to rise, so I had to act when it did. And yet you did not kill a single enemy, did you? Yamamoto stared at the much younger man. How much stronger would you say he is compared to when Tozen faced him? I have no idea. Jin said truthfully. We didn't even have a real exchange. All I can say is that he blasted me with an attack that held more power than I could put into a Heido number 88. Hiria Gekazoku Shinten Reiho. No incantation. He didn't even call its name. Of course, Jin knew that was because it was a zero, but he couldn't reveal that little tidbit here. And it shattered my danku. He let out a whistle. It's one hell of a shurikai that kid has. I can tell you that much. It's inconceivable. Kuratsuchi growled, he has been a Shinigami for less than 3 months. Next you'll tell us he already has Bankai too. The painted man sneered, even so-called prodigies take at least a decade to get to the level he has. You were one yourself. You expect us to believe this drivel? That sounds like an accusation, Kuratsuchi Taicho. Jin replied airily once more, perhaps you'd like to just speak plainly for once? His gaze narrowed on the man. Of course, if you're accusing me, I'd have to defend myself. We all saw what that boy did to Shuhei and Tozen, after all. Or are you insinuating that was all part of some master plan by me as well? Enough. Yamamoto said sharply. He looked at the least funny clown in the world. Keep your tongue behind your teeth, Kuratsuchi Taicho. Do not make snide insinuations in my presence without proof. He turned to Jin and opened his mouth again, but all across Suriitii, people started hammering on hanging wooden boards, making as much clacking noise as they could. Emergency! Emergency! Intruders are inside the Suriitii. All guardsmen, report to battle stations. The alarm continued to be repeated while several of his captains began to talk amongst themselves. Yamamoto closed his eyes and leaned back. Less time than I thought. And there went Kenpachi, running out the door, heedless to the call from Aizen Taicho to return. Very well then. This meeting is adjourned for now. He said, alert the Gotii 13 that only Fukuteicho and groups in Taicho may approach this Kurosaki Ichigo. For all others, he is flee on sight. That got some eyes to widen in surprise. But Yamamoto was certain that was the correct decision. Soldiers should be willing to die, but there was no need to send lambs to the slaughter. And the others of his group? Aizen asked the old man curiously. We have no knowledge of their capabilities beyond their fight with those Jillians. Unohana said, so I believe that no one incapable of fighting a Jillian should be facing them, unless in a group. Agreed. The old man stated, and all Shinigami of the Gotii 13 have permission to release their Zanpakuto within the Suriitii. Several captains inhaled sharply. Now go. His captains left him to his thoughts. He clenched his fist around his staff. Now how will you play this, brats? Like you treated Shuhei Hisagi, or like you treated Tozen Kaname? They best pray it was the former, otherwise the sleeping dragon of the Suriitii may have to wake from his long slumber. All right. Kukako grinned, still ecstatic that she could actually put both fists on her hips. She had been surprised by how quickly the kids had been able to create their cannonballs, and had been pretty amused by Tatsuki's star-shaped first attempt, but they had gotten it in no time at all. So, they had spent the rest of the time eating, drinking, singing, and even dancing to their heart's content. She now knew quite a bit about her long-lost family, and had a feeling she'd love the little firecracker Karen. She was even tempted to go over to the living world and grab her little mini-me. And Ichigo himself drank all of them under the table. How he fit that much quality sake down his gullet boggled her mind. And the asshole didn't even have the decency of getting drunk off it. She was really eager to try this meat of his, though he didn't have any on him. She'd have to save it for their victory party. You all ready? Born ready. Ichigo said, confidently. She smirked at the response, attaboy. She slammed a fist onto the Keikaku Taiho, and a spiral opened up before turning into a circular entrance. Get your butts in there. The sunrise will be our signal. They all started walking forward as she continued, I'd prefer to use Kajizaki to launch you all, but that won't be possible. Ichigo's the only one I'd teach the second half of the incantation to, and it would take him far too long to learn it. That means I'm going to have to do all the work myself. She stared at them seriously, I can guarantee that you all hit the barrier, but once you're there, the cannonball will most likely collapse and cause an intense suction vortex, ending with you all being shot in different directions. That's fine. Ichigo said, taking a deep breath, I trust all of us to see this through. And staying as a group was never going to be viable anyway. If we were all together, they could just swarm us all at once. Kokako smirked. I guess this ends up working better than Kajizaki then. What will be the groups then? Oraheim asked. We should stay close to our dance partners when it happens. I'm fine by myself, and Yoruchi could probably do ninja stuff fine by herself. Ichigo said, getting a nod and a slight smirk from the cat. So let's do Lisa with Tatsuki, and chat with Oraheim. That's fine with me. Lisa said, before she smirked, and I know just where to aim us. Good. Now hurry your asses up and get in the cannon. Kokako said, grabbing a giant paintbrush from Kobanehiko, before she began to draw a giant circle around the cannon. The door sealed up, and Yoruchi took command. All right. The cat said, we came here to rescue Ranjiku-chan, but simply grabbing her and leaving won't be enough. They'd chase us to the ends of the earth before they just gave up. So, our primary objective is to reveal the traitors for who they are, clearing her name in the process. As such, raise as much hell as you can up until the execution, and stay alive. Yoruchi finished. Worst comes to worst, I can get her out myself. And we've already killed one captain, so try to be somewhat gentle. Lisa said dryly, I know Jin and Aizen are tempting targets, but that won't accomplish anything if they haven't been unmasked. Blow off a limb or two and put them in the hospital if you need to, but no death blows unless it's the only way. I hate to ask, but any exceptions? Chad asked. Ichigo huffed, Kuratsuchi's going to be gunning for me the second we get in there so he can strap me to a lab table and start dissecting me. Ikemaru even mentioned it before I blasted him, and Ranchan's stories haven't painted a pretty picture. As far as I'm concerned, I'd be doing them a fucking public service. Lisa and Yoruchi grimaced. Why Kisuk freed him from the maggot's nest, I'll never know. The cat grunted. She stared at Ichigo, tempting as it is, no. Again, not unless there's no other option. Last thing we need is for the sleeping dragon to wake up. Ichigo nodded, but secretly, he wanted to see what all the hype was about. And then they heard Kukaka's loud voice, chanting the spell that would bring them towards their destiny. Fly away now. Dense are the ashes that fall on the snow. Lisa yelled, it's starting. Combine your Ryuryoku. Their hands all started to glow as they fed their power into the extra-large Ryushikaku that Kukaku had gotten for them. A glowing blue sphere of Reisher surrounded them. 18 legs, 12 eyes, a loud cry brings victory. Outside, Kukaku had gotten onto one knee and slammed her Zanpakuto into the floor of the launch pad, directly in front of where she had painted a part of the circle. She stood and reached up to her head bandages and pulled them off. The heavens crack open they immediately started to spiral and wrapped around her right arm. Her arm was engulfed with a screaming blaze. With a roar, she punched the painted circle and finished the last part of the chant. As the wolf swallows the flame of life. Flower crane launch method number 3, Durin Hanabi. The flames rapidly ignited the circle she had drawn, before racing towards the cannon from 4 points and up its side. Boom! Smoke poured from the top of the cannon, but also from the blaze down at the base, which rapidly extinguished. As Kukaku grabbed her Zanpakuto and her 2 attendants congratulated her on the successful launch, she had an uncharacteristically solemn look on her face. Be careful in there. She whispered, staring up at the twinkle in the sky. That wasn't as rough as I thought it would be. Tatsuki said, before they all jerked as the cannonball turned 90 degrees and shot forwards. Wah. You just had to say something, didn't you? Ichigo deadpanned once it calmed down a bit. Shut. Tatsuki sniped at him, red-faced. Well, at least it's working. Oraheim smiled as she looked around, and so fast too. We're racing. Pay attention. Lisa barked, match your Ryuryoku output to mine. Indeed. We need this cannonball to last until we hit the barrier. If it breaks too early, we're finished. Yoruchi said, so shut up and focus. We searched all night, but there's no one here. Kenpachi growled, was there really an intruder or were they just messing with us? I don't sense anyone, Kenny. Yuichiro, his pint-sized lieutenant who was hanging off his right shoulder, whined, "I thought we were going to get a fun fight." "So did I." The largest captain growled, "What a damn tease." "I should go and dash," he stopped, getting Yuichiro's attention. "What's that sound?" "Wow, the moon's so big." Yuichiro was looking around as well, and finally spotted it. "Pretty." Kenpachi looked up, and his eyes widened as he realized it was getting bigger. "That's no moon." All around the Tsuraitii, the Shinigami panicked as they saw what seemed to be a large projectile barreling for the Shikanmaku. "Here we go." Ichigo grinned, "Harden the cannonball as much as possible." He roared in anticipation, spiking his power output. The ball became a much darker blue just from his own output. They all braced, before to the perspective of the Shinigami down below, the sky appeared to quake. Blue bursts of Ryatsu lit up the sky, and down below, Aizen gasped for the benefit of his subordinates, the impact didn't destroy it. How could a spiritual entity be so dense? "What the hell is it?" one of his 10th seats asked. Off in her white prison, Ranjiku smiled up at the sky. "See you soon, Ichikuan." "We're through." Yaruchi yelled, "Grab your dance partner and hold on." "Why aren't we falling?" Tatsuki yelled as she grabbed onto Lisa. "The spiritual wreckage is entangled around us, but it'll swirl and disappear soon enough. Be ready for the vortex." And then an insane burst of wind started to swirl like a blue tornado around them. "It's almost done." Lisa made sure her cloak was secure. "Tatsuki, I'll stay close to you when we're on the ground, but invisibly." She grunted as she used her power to form a few small platforms of erasure and directed her and her partner, "Stay safe." She pushed off, and they blasted off in a golden blaze. "That goes for all of you," Yaruchi cried out, before being flung away. "Keep each other safe." Ichigo commanded his two remaining friends, before allowing himself to fall back and ride the lightning. "They split," Yuichiro said in annoyance. "But which one's the strongest one?" Kenpachi was equally annoyed. "Which one is it, damn it?" He had all 4 of the meteors, but there was so much interference he really couldn't tell. His frustration was mirrored by at least 3 others, who were searching for Ichigo himself. As Ichigo landed in a classic superhero landing pose, lightning sparked all around him and blasted a few unprepared Shinigami away. As he rose and smirked out at the mass of enemies surrounding him, they all knew what it meant. The invasion of the Tsuraitii had begun. Chapter 9. "Thank you, Orihime," Chad said as he stepped off her shield. "Of course, Seidokuan." Orihime smiled, "Looks like we're Allo-dash." "Yahoo!" 2 shadows leapt from the roof above and landed next to them. "Lucky me." "N.E." Orihime pouted, "Drat, how'd I miss these 2? We were hiding out here because we didn't feel like running around like the rest of the idiots." The bald man with the red eyeliner was grinning happily, and the intruders fell right into our laps. Lucky me. It's my lucky day." He started to sing. Orihime and Chad's sweat dropped lightly as he pointed his sheathed Zanpakuto at them. "But you too? You're not so lucky." The rather effeminate man standing next to him chuckled in a very flamboyant manner. "Hi there." Orihime said cheerfully, "You wouldn't happen to know where Ranjiku-chan is, do you?" None of them were bothering with keeping that a secret. It's not like the captains wouldn't know already. "Ranjiko?" The effeminate man blinked. "You mean condemned criminal and former Lieutenant Matsumoto?" "Yup. We're here to save her." Orihime kept up her cheerful attitude, wondering when they were going to attack. The bald man looked at her incredulously. "First of all, we have no reason to answer that question," he told Orihime, "and second of all, you lot invaded the Tsuraitii to save a criminal? Are you insane? How many of you are there? 10? 20? 100? Orihime continued to smile, more over the fact that they hadn't attacked them yet than anything. Wes, our girlfriend, Ichigo, and a cat. She left out Lisa since she was being a ninja. A cat? The effeminate man stated flatly. Why you lot are insane. The bald man started to howl in laughter. we've got hundreds of thousands of Shinigami in the Siriitii, and you brought 4 people and a cat? Wahahaha. You don't have a prayer. You're total idiots. That's not very nice. Oraheim pouted at him. Yeah, well, neither am I. He smirked at her. Chad spoke for the first time. What does it matter if you have hundreds of thousands? He tilted his head. After all, most Shinigami can't even safely face huge hollows, can they? You're not wrong. Are you saying you can? The man grinned, excitement starting to bubble up in him. Oraheim tapped her chin. You mean those ones with the pointy noses that are as tall as skyscrapers? Yeah, they were easy. Obfuscating stupidity for the win. Bwah. He choked, before both grinning badly and glaring at her. You're talking about Minos Grande? The Jillians? You expect me to believe that? Chad shrugged, not like they're ajuchas. We haven't faced those yet. Well now, maybe this will be fun after all. It is my lucky day. He smirked and began to dance. Lucky. He shouted as he twirled, pirouette, and even tiptoed on individual toes from side to side as the two of them watched, increasingly flabbergasted. He then planted both feet in a horse stance while holding his Zanpakuto in front of him. Lucky. What a weirdo. Chad and Oraheim both thought, and coming from her? The name's Madarei Mikaku, 3rd seat of the 11th Division. Ikaku introduced himself, and they quickly followed. Yasutora Sato. Inoue Oraheim. And I am the beautiful Ayasegawa Yumichika. The effeminate man introduced himself as well. 5th seat of our illustrious combat division. And tell you what. Ikaku grinned, you give me a good enough fight, and maybe I'll tell you exactly where to find Rang. Iku. See? You are nice. Oraheim clapped. So, which of you will fight me, huh? Ikaku asked, and make it snappy. If the rest of the idiots in our division show up, we'll have to share the credit. Oraheim looked at Chad and held her fist out. He stared at her. You sure? Yeah. She said softly, I might not like fighting, but we're here to save Ranjiku-chan. He nodded, and held out his fist. Rock, paper, scissors. They yelled, and both threw rock. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. They continued to yell, and tied on all 4. Ikaku chuckled lightly. Don't like to fight, huh? Well, they're sure settling this like members of the 11th Division, huh? Yumichika nodded lazily. I do hope she wins. I don't think I could bring myself to harm such a beautiful face. And apparently that was enough of a metaphorical finger for the scales to tip. Rock, paper, scissors. Oraheim threw scissors to Chad's paper. Yay, I win. She cheered. Before pausing as she remembered that meant she had to actually fight. Wait, I win. She pouted slightly. The other guy might not have been as gung-ho about it as his friend. Well, shall we, Ikaku-san? She asked as she turned towards him. You any good with that Zanpakuto over there? Ikaku asked back, eyeing the maybe stolen blade she had strapped to her track pants on her thigh. Oh no, she's not a fighter. I'm more of a healer than anything. Oraheim said, making Ikaku scowl as he realized he probably got the more boring fight. Shuno, Ayam, Bagan, Hinajiku, Tsubaki, Lily. She called out, before her hairpins began to glow. Ikaku was forced to shield his face from the bright blast of light, before he lowered his hand and his eyes widened. What the hell? Oraheim was floating there, looking very much like the depiction of a video game archangel. Radiant. Yumichika breathed out in shock. Maybe we should swap, Ikaku. I can't let you harm this one. Not a chance in hell. Ikaku barked, a mad grin on his face. Here I come, Oraheim. He dashed forward at speeds that would have instantly overwhelmed Oraheim before their training. He swiped with his sheath, expecting to knock her shield out of the way for a follow-up swipe with his blade, but grunted as it practically rebounded back at him. What is up with that shield? he thought to himself in shock as he dodged a stab from her. She clearly wasn't the most experienced fighter but was still able to duck under his return decapitating stroke. She thrust her shield out at him, which he attempted to use superior strength to stop cold, but he was bashed backwards and left skid marks on the ground as he slowed himself. "What is with that shield?" he asked her, his eyes narrowed. She opened her mouth to answer, abruptly remembered Yoruchi's training in very sharp claws, and promptly zipped her mouth shut. "You'll have to figure that out on your own, Ichigo-kun," she chirped at him. "Oof. About what I expected," he said, pursing his lips and wondering if it was too soon to break out Hozukimaru. He then vanished in a shuinpa, and Oraheim let out a scream as she wasn't quick enough to defend her right side. His blade sliced through a good chunk of her thigh, though she had the presence of mind to return his blow. "Shit!" Ichigo growled as he backed away, his vision instantly clouding with blood as the cut across his forehead started to bleed profusely. Yumichika released his Fuji Kajaku. The second Chad charged him with that weird, purple arm. He grunted, gritting his teeth as he blocked the fist. He was launched backwards and away from Ichigo and Oraheim's fight and had to rapidly catch himself as he backpedaled. "What brute strength!" he exclaimed, before vanishing in a shuinpa and trying to carve Chad up from behind. Sato whirled around and blocked, making Yumichika's eyes widen when he realized Chad's other arm had armored up as well, this one white and red. His eyes narrowed. Why do those arms feel like they have hollow ryatsu coming from them? Chad didn't answer, and instead, his white arm started to spark at the fingertips. Yumichika gasped at the sheer ryatsu coming from it, and rapidly got the hell out of the way as Chad pounded his fist into the wall. La muerte. Yumichika swallowed heavily as he eyed the devastation that singular attack had caused. An entire row of buildings had been smashed through. Ichigo grimaced as his eyes burned. He had to focus on his senses to make sure she wasn't coming for him. As quickly as he could, he removed the cap from his hilt and smeared the paste hidden within it on the cut on his forehead before something made him throw himself to the side. As he quickly wiped as much of the blood as he could from his face, he looked at her attack, and saw a hole bored straight through the ground. "Heh, you've got some neat dash." A burning pain erupted on his right thigh, before a dazzling ray of gold burst through it. Ghhhh. He grit his teeth in pain. The hole might have been small, but damn if it didn't hurt. "Ha!" He let out a chuckle. "I suppose that makes us even, doesn't it, Oraheim?" "Not quite," she said, making him confused. Her right leg was still pouring blood and her really tight pants were dyed through from it. Her halo came to life, before a shield of sorts blocked her wound. "Soten Kisun, I reject," she intoned, and before Ichigo's shocked gaze, her wound closed up as if it never had existed. Hell, even the blood in the tear on her pants melted away. It was as though she had never been injured at all. "Oh, that's some bullshit." Ichigo deadpanned. He hauled himself to his feet, ignoring his injury. "Grow, Hozukimaru," he yelled after pounding his hilt onto the end of his saya. A whirlwind seemed to surround his weapon, before a spear with a red tassel at the other end appeared. "Guess I can't take you lightly, Oraheim. And I need more range to be able to hurt you." He grinned. "I wonder how long you can keep that healing of yours up." "Don't misjudge it." He vanished, before appearing in front of her and thrusting for her face. She dodged to the side and swiped at the spear. "Split, Hozukimaru," he cried out. Her blade hit his, and rather than knocking it away from her, it seemed to bend around her blade. It swung around her and approached her face. She squealed in fear before vanishing. "Holy crap, what is that?" she asked when she reappeared. "I thought that was a spear." Ichigo laughed. "Nope." He lazily spun the blade of Hozukimaru, and she realized the truth. It wasn't a spear. It was a trisection staff with a blade. "Oh, that's so cool. Tatsuki-chan would love that thing." Oraheim had stars in her eyes as she stared at it. "She would she?" Ichigo grinned. "Well, maybe I'll have to show it to her once we're done here." She frowned. "That's not a that's what she said joke, is it?" Ichigo nearly flopped. What the hell? Of course not." "Good. Chad's is the only shaft she likes. Oraheim said, apparently totally serious. Take this seriously. Ichigo roared at her. She pouted, if you insist. She sheathed her blade into her shield, and it changed shape. It became triangular and much larger. Why are you putting your blade away? Ichigo yelled again in affront. Hado number 4. Byakurai. She pointed her finger at him, and a beam of lightning shot at the bald man. Shit. He dodged to the right. Oi, we were having a good fight here. What the hell is this? How do you even know Kido? Sorry Ichigo-san, but if you want a good melee fight, I'm basically the worst in our group for it. She said apologetically, you'd be better off fighting Tatsuki-chan, but she isn't here. Her eyes sharpened, as for me? I'm here to rescue Ranjiko-chan, not to fight. And it's obvious that I'd lose in straight melee. You're way too good. Ugh. Ichigo let out a disgusted sigh. Man, that just kills my vibe, you know? He clicked his teeth, TCH, what about that Ichigo guy? I wanted to fight him most of all. And Captain was practically drooling over the thought of fighting him. Oraheim giggled, but it was plain and obvious that it was not one of her carefree giggles. Sorry Ichigo, but unless you're hiding a whole lot more power, Ichigo would knock you from one end of the Seriitii to the other. Heh, if only you knew, little missy. The thought generated a fair bit of amusement for the third seat. So, he's the strongest of your group, then? Oraheim giggled, well, either him or the cat. Kind of up in the air, honestly. Ichigo face-planted straight into the stone covering the Seriitii ground. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She giggled a little bit harder. I'm sure you'll find out before the end of this all. Her eyes sharpened and she raised her hand again, but I think that's enough of a break, right? He growled as he prepared himself for the next stage of their bout. I have to say, Ichigo-san. Chad said slowly, I expected a bit more from the best combat division in the Seriitii. Yumachika let out a low growl. What is that supposed to mean? He had yet to be injured, but he was covered in dirt and grime from all the explosions Chad had already caused. You can't even pierce my arrow. Chad replied, running his finger down a tear in his shirt. There wasn't a scratch on his skin, however. You apparently cannot cut me, and yet you won't use Kido to try to slow me down. Yumachika's eye twitched, we're the 11th division. He growled out. We pride ourselves on our ability with our blades. We're the strongest division in the Gotii 13. We don't need Kido. He said derisively. I doubt it. Chad replied without a care, if that's the case, then I have to wonder what our trainers were so afraid of. Ichigo hit harder than you when he was 14. To disregard a weapon as being below you when it provides nothing but advantages is stupid. A vein started to pulse on Yumachika's forehead. I will not be insulted by such an ugly beast. He vanished in a Shuunpa and had the blades of his Zanpakuto all run parallel to each other. A slash like this would cut 4 strips of meat off someone and prevent them from being able to stitch it properly. If this is all you plan on doing, then I'm going to have to end this. His right shoulder started spewing Ryuryoku, El Directo. He punched out at Yumachika, and to the man's shock, a blast of energy not unlike a Ciro blasted out at him. He was unable to dodge, and the attack rammed into him, forcing a scream of agony from his throat. And then the air was knocked completely from his lungs as he smashed into a wall, before continuing to blast backwards. He smashed into wall after wall before Chad's attack ran out of juice and left him in a fried, broken heap on the ground kilometers away. With his fight done, Chad hurried back towards Oraheim. Bakuto number 4. Heinoa! Oraheim yelled, throwing out the crackling yellow ropes of Raisher. Oh no you don't. Ichigo took off running, dodging the Heinoa by a meter and speeding up rapidly. He swung Hozukimaru like a flail, aiming to hook the blade around her shield and possibly slice her arm off if he was lucky. She raised her shield as he predicted, but the bright blast of light that reflected his blade away was out of his calculations. Oof! He grunted as her leg thudded into his midsection and bruised his ribs. He laughed lightly, but in pain as he backed away, for someone who claims to not like fighting, you're not half bad at it. That was a hell of a kick. Hehe, Tatsuki-chan and Kurosaki-kun made sure I could defend myself. I'm a black belt in karate, you know? Oraheim replied happily. I'll assume that's a good thing. Ikaku replied, trying to think of how to get around that damn shield of hers. He wondered why the hell it seemed to be glowing brighter too. It is, she said, also, Shurten Koshin. Shurten what? Ikaku asked, before having to dive out of the way as her shield shot a laser at him. He wasn't quick enough, and he ground his teeth nearly to the breaking point as the laser burned his side from a scratch. Damn it! The more you damage my shield, the more powerful that attack gets. Oraheim said, eyeing him, you're in rough shape. You should rest. Heh, you don't know anything. Ikaku got back up, I'm the third seat of the 11th division. I'll rest when I'm dead. Oraheim sighed, dummy battle maniacs. Just admit when you've lost and fight another day. She glared at him, fine then. Bakuto number 62. Hyaparankan, she said as she drew a hexagonal stave of light between her two palms. She reared back and threw it, and the one stave became 100. Ikaku had his work cut out for him, dodging that many with the hole in his thigh and burn in his side, but he managed it. Before all things reborn again, you learn the painful breath of time. Cold morning stretches. Walk the world and keep in mind the heart you have in wintertime. Hado number 79. Hyoga Siren. It was the highest level Hado spell Tessai had been able to teach her in the time they had to train. Her graduation present, as it were. She liked it for its ability to freeze multiple enemies in place, without necessarily killing them. As a bonus, it also made finding one's footing a pain. She drew her sword again, and from the tip of her blade, a blast of pure winter erupted towards Ikaku. The glacier she summoned wasn't even a quarter of the size of the one her sensei had been able to summon when he demonstrated it for her, but it was big enough. Shit! Ikaku gasped as he tried to leap above it. He succeeded, but he had completely lost his footing due to the slippery ice. He had to jam Hozukimaru into the frozen landscape to catch his feet, and then used it to vault up to Oraheim, aiming to skewer her, trusting her lacking battle sense to get him through the day. But her senses weren't lacking enough. She flew to the side and slashed through Hozukimaru as he tried to follow her, splitting the middle link in half. He cursed the fact that forming racier platforms was unreasonably difficult in the Siriidii. In the air, his mobility was lost, and hers was as good as it was on the ground with those wings. He slipped both halves of his Zanpakuto to the side, so he was holding them by the cut ends of the middle link, and tried to both bash and cut her with it. But she used her own Shuunpa to appear behind him, and this time, managed to snag him with her Hainoa. With a positively evil giggle, Oraheim started to spin, round and round, picking up more and more speed, with a screaming Ikaku tied up at the end of her golden rope. After a minute, she let go, and Ikaku flew straight at the ground, plowing into and breaking through 5 walls before he finally came to a stop. Hozukimaru flashed, and returned to its sheathed state. Ikaku was out cold, and buried in a pile of rubble. She touched down and dismissed her Shun Rika before running towards him. A moment later, Chad materialized beside her. Did you win? He asked, a smile on his face. Oraheim beamed, realizing he had too. Ikaku let out a groan as he woke up, springing up to a sitting position, before groaning as it felt like half his skeleton cracked. Oh, you're awake. He looked over to see both Oraheim and Chad sitting there on some collapsed rubble. Gore. He growled out, I knew you'd heal me. I won't be able to show my face after this. Don't be ungrateful. Chad said shortly. Live to fight another day. That's what you combat junkies love most of all, right? You can't fight if you're dead. Why are you still here? Ikoku groaned. I healed the worst of your injuries, though you're still banged up and your Ryatsu was low. Oraheim said, ignoring his question for a moment as she idly kicked her legs, you still have to tell us where they're holding Ranjiku-chan. We had a couple ideas of where she'd be held, but we weren't sure. Ikaku chuckled, ah, right. I did say I'd do that, didn't I? He smirked, looking up at them. You're not so lucky though. Straight south from here, you'll reach the barracks of the Gotei 13. In the west end, you'll find a white tower. That's where she was, last I heard. The Senzei-Q. Chad rumbled, I suppose we should have assumed as much. He took out a cell phone given to him by Urahara, and sent off the confirmation to the rest of their friends. Everyone had the devices on vibrate just in case anyone was hiding. Were you serious about who the strongest in your group was? Ichigo asked, Kurosaki? We were. Oraheim said as she and Chad got up, and we were entirely serious that it was a toss-up between him and the cat. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Well, my captain isn't gonna fight a fucking cat. He'll be on a rampage, looking for him. He'll ignore the rest of you. Not telling us anything we don't already know. Chad replied, we were briefed on the captains. We didn't walk in here totally unprepared, you know? Ha! Ichigo barked out a short laugh, good to hear. Now get out of here. Don't die, Ichigo-san. Tatsuki-chan would love to fight you. Oraheim called out as she and Chad raced away. The bald man rolled his eyes, but couldn't help but chuckle as he stared at the sky. And now we're surrounded. Chad sighed as he picked a Shinigami up by the face and slammed him into a wall. Perhaps we should have taken Urahara-san up on those Shihakusho. At least they don't seem to be coming for us. Oraheim replied. They were being cautious after she had shield bashed 3 of them at once through another wall. And then comedy hour commenced, as a ruckus from their left erupted. One Shinigami was pushed into another, slapping another on his way down, and it was like a whole set of dominoes collapsing as Oraheim and Chad stared at the sight with sweat drops before a boy smaller than Oraheim fell out of the throng and rolled, landing on his back in front of them. They stared at one another as the exhausted-looking boy sweat dropped. Hey, Oraheim, I have an idea. But that's mean, Sato-kun. Oraheim pouted, despite apparently being totally in sync with her boyfriend's brainwaves. But if it gets them to stop fighting, we'll have to hurt less of them. Chad replied. Fair enough. Oraheim pouted a bit more. The boy sweated harder. You're not the Ryoka, are you? A second later, he was on his feet with Chad's glowing fist right beside his head. Wah! Move it, or I'll blow your friend's head off. Chad said calmly. And yet, the massive Shinigami stared at them, nonplussed. What are you doing? Oraheim blinked at them. What do you mean? We have a hostage? Do we look like his friends? A spokesman asked dryly. Oraheim turned towards the boy with a questioning look on her face. He stammered lightly as he replied, well, I'm with the 4th Division, while they're with the 11th. The spokesman snickered, we're from the ultimate combat unit of the Gotei 13. The 4th is full of weaklings who are only fit for relief work and menial labor. They're dead weight. Therefore, we have the 11th Division. The entire mass of Shinigami started to roar with laughter, hate the 4th Division. They started to jeer, laughing so hard that they were almost crying. Go ahead and kill him. That's like a bonus for US. Ahahaha. There were very few things that could truly piss Oraheim off. Her eyebrow twitched. Well, if that's the case, she said hotly as she assumed her archangel mode. How about I teach you a saying from the living world? She vanished, bashing one of them with her shield. A shockwave erupted from him before he shot back like a cannonball, taking out 10 of the so-called strongest division in one go like a stack of bowling pins. Oraheim glared at them. Don't piss off the white mage. Chad let go of their hostage and whirled to the other side, El Directo. The explosive blast of energy flung dozens of them across the streets, leaving them in smoldering piles scattered all around, groaning in pain. It was a matter of a couple seconds before all the Shinigami surrounding them had been defeated, and the two relaxed. The young man they had inadvertently rescued trembled. Why, you're so strong. He backed away half a step. Why are you even here, attacking us? We're here to save Ranjiku-chan. Oraheim said simply. Our Ranjiku? Former Lieutenant Matsumoto Ranjiku? he exclaimed. That's right. Oraheim nodded. He swallowed. It's not right, what's happening to her? She didn't do anything awful. That law is barely 50 years old. I can take you to the Senzaku through a secret path. Oraheim exclaimed happily, while Chad merely smiled, making friends, even out of enemies, huh Oraheim? You've always been special like that. Curse you. Kuratsuchi ground his teeth after blasting a perfectly circular hole through the wall of the 4th division where Ikaku was resting. Yumichika was much worse off in the next bed and still unconscious. You refuse to talk, Madarame? A nurse was panicking. Please, Kuratsuchi Taicho. This kind of post-combat interrogation is prohibited in the relief stations. Shut it. She squealed as Kuratsuchi shot another hole through the door next to her head. Mayuri-san his daughter Nimue started to speak. You shut up too. Do you want to be broken into pieces again? Forgive me, Mayuri-sama. Nimue said, unblinkingly. Ikiko held back a sigh as he looked at the woman with something resembling pity in his gaze. I'm not refusing to answer. I merely have no information to give. I was defeated. That was it. So that's it? You lost and shuffled off with your pathetic tail between your legs without even obtaining any intelligence? Mayuri seethed at the injured bald man. That's right. I have nothing for you. Ikaku replied. Mayuri seemed to snap, raising his hand. Very well. Then your punishment shall be commensurate with your disgrace. He howled, before his arm was caught in a grip so strong it nearly crushed his bones. Since when were you authorized to punish men from other companies, Kuratsuchi? Kenpachi Zaraki growled at him. Zaraki. Mayuri seethed. I suppose if you're here, I'll leave it to you. Come, Nimue. She turned and walked with him, but apparently not fast enough for him. Move, idiot. He very nearly kicked her from his seething rage. Taicho. Ikiko said, before he blinked as Yakiyuro popped up behind his shoulder. Oh, you're here too, Yuichiro Fukuteicho? She grinned. You okay, Baldy? We were all worried about you. I told you not to call me that, twerp. Ikiko's eye twitched. You lost. Kenpachi cut across the banter. Who'd you face? Ikiko clicked his teeth. Their healer. He ground out, I am ashamed to call myself a third seat. Ha! That seemed to give Kenpachi a kick of amusement. If his grin said anything, whoever said a healer couldn't beat a man senseless? He seemed to reminisce for a moment. Healers can be the worst to fight. They know exactly how to break you down in the most painful ways possible. Ikiko stared at him in shock. Well, I don't think this one would do that. She seemed pretty sweet and innocent. Far too much so for an invader if I'm honest. So she's not the one then? Kenpachi asked. No, sir. Ikiko snickered. According to Oraheim, of their group, the strongest one is either Kurosaki or their cat. Oh, a kitty? Yuichiro exclaimed excitedly. I want to play with it. Well, I'm not fighting a fucking cat. Kenpachi said dryly. They know the girl is at the Senzaku then? They do. Ikaku replied. I don't know how quickly they'll move on the tower, but that's their goal for sure. Kenpachi grinned in increasing bloodthirst. Then I suppose I know where to wait. Good. This game of run into dead ends Yuichiro had me on was getting dull. But Kenny, it's not my fault their Ryatsu just kept vanishing. Yuichiro protested, her voice dimming as the two left the building. Tatsuki glanced at Lisa, watching as she vanished from sight as well as her senses. What a weird Kido. Was Jiraiya a Shinigami? She thought to herself as she leapt up to the top of one of the buildings for a better vantage. So, which way are we going? She asked under her breath. Due east of here. Lisa's voice said softly, that's where the 8th Division HQ is. Sorry, I underestimated how strong the Vortex was going to be. We landed in the 7th Division territory. Not a problem. Tatsuki replied, now, about this idiot. She said as she whirled around, backfisting a katana blade that had been looking to split her from head to toe. The very large man's eyes widened as he leapt back. "You stopped my blade," he said loudly. He was quite the ugly man, with a very square face, a large, hooked nose, and very large lower lips with a prominent chin. In fact, his nose was such a beak that he looked almost owl-like from the side, with there being no indication of where his nose ended and his forehead began. Quite impressive. It's a shame you encountered me. If you hadn't, you might have lived longer. Say that when you scuff my fist up, ugly. Tatsuki shot back, cocking her hips. Ugly. The man who stood at least twice as tall as her growled out, "I was going to give you to the count of 20 to regret your misfortune, but now I, Ikanzaka Jirobo, 4th seat of the 7th division, shall only give you until 10. 1. Ikanzaka? You related to a big guy named Jidanbo?" Jirobo paused. "Ah, I see you've met my older brother." "Yup," Tatsuki said, before smirking. "Kicked his ass a day or two ago when he tried to stop us from entering through the gate." A massive vein bulged on his head. Your time for regret just shrank to 5. 2. 3. 4. 5. He growled out as he clenched his blade with both hands. Your time for regret is up. Were you able to regret to your satisfaction? Actually, I'm just more amazed at the fact you were able to count to 5. Tatsuki snarked, smirking widely at the sheer rage she could see on the man's face. Die, and regret your words for eternity. Jirobo flashed forward and slammed his sword down on her. Again, Tatsuki simply lifted her hand and jabbed it at the blade. Clang! Her signature technique activated, filling up her reserves with very little energy, to her disappointment. Man, do you ever stop running your mouth? You're way too arrogant for such a loser. Jirobo growled as he rebounded and came in for a side swipe to cut her in half. She slammed her fist into the blade with another clang, and frowned as it had barely filled her up at all. I have no regrets, but you sure should. You should regret being so weak. Rarg! Jirobo roared as he vanished in a shunpa, appearing behind her and cutting her in half with a triumphant laugh. And then Tatsuki vanished as if she were a mirage, and something kicked Jirobo in the ass, hard. He shot forward, face-planting into the roof and destroying more than a few tiles. Tatsuki landed and causally lowered her leg. Man, you guys suck. I guess they weren't lying when they told us the captain of a division was 80 to 85% of the division's total combat power. Jirobo snarled as he got to his feet. You. He glared at her. You think getting a blow on me matters? Don't be so arrogant, Ryoka. He roared as he stuck his Zanpakuto straight up in front of him and put his other hand on the tip. Spread your wings, Sanzakigaresu. He pressed down, but rather than piercing his palm, the blade of his Zanpakuto seemed to vanish. Tatsuki raised an eyebrow in interest. Dozens of identical flying blades flitted forward and backwards, up and down, left to right. The blades were single-edged with holes in the middle, looking vaguely like shuriken missing 2 of their points. Well, what do you think? Now are you feeling the overwhelming bleakness of regret? I am the 4th seat of the 7th division, and I am known as Kamaitachi Jirobo. He grinned viciously. The title of Kamaitachi is only bestowed upon the ultimate weapons masters. No one but me has ever seen these blades flitting through the air and lived. He smirked at her, his beady eyes wide. Terrifying, aren't they? They're quicker than the eye. You might have been able to block my single blade, but you won't be able to do the same to these. You must regret having ever met me. He kept on talking, taking zero notice of the vein that had started to pulse on her forehead, or the increasingly irritated look on her face. Tatsuki vanished, as did his flying little shuriken. Tatsuki landed in front of him, every single one of the blades having been captured by her fingers. As Jirobo gaped at the sight, Tatsuki growled, "The only thing I regret is that fact that you didn't have that gaping hole you call a mouth sewn shut at birth." Shut the fuck up. She vanished from sight, and sliced Jirobo to ribbons with his own Zanpakuto. Blood erupted from every important tendon the huge man had. His feet, knees, thighs, wrists, elbows, and shoulders all bled profusely as he sank to the ground and howled. With the number of blades that had cut him, stitching would be impossible. He tried to move, but that just made the pain worse. His Zanpakuto vanished from Tatsuki's fingers and reverted back into its sealed form. Jackass. Tatsuki stomped over. While you're in the 4th division, see if they can't get you a personality transplant, you arrogant fucking asshole. She stomped on his head, breaking his jaw, and knocking him unconscious. That was a 4th seat? She asked the empty air dryly as she clapped her hands up and down. Lisa's voice sounded mildly amused. I'll have to give Kamamura Taicho my condolences, she said dryly as they leapt away. 3rd seat of the 4th division. Imura Yasachika was the bearer of bad news for a bunch of lieutenants. The room was filled with about half of the remaining lieutenants. Standing before him were Abaririnji, Hinamori Momo, Iba Tetsuziman, Shiba Kaien, Kara Izuru, Hiseiji. The rest, like Kotetsu Isane, were too busy, or just didn't care to show up like Yuichiro. 11th Division's 3rd and 5th seats, Madarei Mikaku and Iasegawa Yumichika, have been incapacitated and brought to the 4th Division for healing. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Assessments are still being prepared, but it appears that the 11th Division has been nearly annihilated. No way. Momo was covering her mouth. How could these intruders create such havoc in so little time? Izuru mumbled. Hiseiji growled, it's because it's him. He clenched his fist. The same human who defeated UN Tozen Taicho in the living world? Renji asked, pausing heavily at the strain on Hiseiji's face. We have not confirmed that yet. Yasachika elaborated. Neither of the two who ran through the 11th like a sickle through wheat matched the description we were given, and both of them were free with the information that Kurosaki Ichigo was their strongest. Momo gasped, then even the weaker members are this strong? Momo looked towards Renji with worry in her gaze. Who are they? That's what I'd like to know. Kaien had his arms crossed as he leaned on a wall. I recognized that cannonball. Kokaku, what the hell are you up to? Why would you help them? Additionally, we know that they're heading for the Senzakyu. Yasachika informed them. They've also taken one of my division members hostage. They're advancing in this direction. So that's 2 confirmed Ryoka, and an obvious 3rd in Kurosaki. What other losses have we had? Izuru asked, looking at the worried 4th seat. I haven't heard from Jirobo in a while. They probably took him down too. He was patrolling in a completely different area, so that's a 4th Ryoka. Murmuring erupted from the lieutenants as they realized Jidanbo's little brother had been beaten. Tetsuziman crossed his arms and continued, my captain is on the hunt for Kurosaki. With any luck, he'll find him quickly and end this assault. Once their strongest member goes down, the rest will follow. Then I hope he's looking in the territories of the higher-numbered divisions. Yasachika said, men from the 9th and 10th divisions have also reported to the 4th division for healing. All of them claiming the same thing, that they could neither see nor hear what ended up taking them out, except for the very first few who saw him when he landed. He swallowed, a man with orange hair, a modified Shihakusho, and no visible Zanpakuto in sight. All of them were admitted with blunt force trauma indicative of a beating with nothing but Hakuta. Dozens of broken Zanpakuto littered the streets too. Any deaths? Kaien called out, still looking serious. Negative. Yasachika said, happy to finally have some good news. The invaders have beat the hell out of our men, and yet we don't have a single fatality at the moment. It appears to me that they're not actually out to kill. How strange. Izuru frowned, why would they kill Tozen Taicho so viciously and then leave so many enemies alive? I have no idea. This Kurosaki even left Hiseiji alive before killing Tozen Taicho. Momo turned, Hiseiji, what do you T and K? She looked around, Hiseiji? Oh boy. Renji said, realizing like the rest of them that Hiseiji had vanished. Oh, Hiseiji, you idiot. Momo whimpered, as they all realized exactly where their fellow lieutenant was heading. They told us not to engage with him. Hiseiji wasn't there to listen. Think I've given them enough of a headache so far? Ichigo asked his Zanpakuto spirit with a small smirk on his face. He was currently sitting on a fallen bit of rubble without a care in the world. All around him were masses of groaning and unconscious members of the 7th Division. "Faye, when are the actual fighters going to show up?" Thor grumbled futilely. Ichigo started to respond when his ears caught a familiar sound. Smirk widening, he pushed up with his hand, hopping over Kazushini's spinning blade before falling back down and landing on the chain. Not even a hello, Shuhei? TCH. Hisagi glared at him as he yanked on the chain, which slipped out from beneath Ichigo and allowed him to recover his second blade. "And why would I bother with niceties, murderer?" Ichigo chuckled lightly as he stood. "I don't know what you're talking about. He was already dead when I found him." He almost burst out in full laughter at the sheer, impotent rage on Hisagi's face. "I see you've found some conviction since the last time we faced off." "That's right." Hisagi pointed one of Kazushini's blades at his orange-haired near-twin. "I'd sharpen these blades, also that I can kill you and allow Tozen Taicho to rest easy." "Moron." Ichigo sighed. "You should have been sharpening those blades to save Ranchan instead. For someone who had a crush so large the entire Siriaiti I could tell, you sure forgot her quickly, huh?" Hisagi flinched violently. "How dare you!" He ground his teeth in ever-growing fury. And no small amount of despair, because if apparently this Ryoka knew, there was no way Ranjaku hadn't. Ichigo smirked. "Maybe if you hadn't spent so much time obsessing over your bitch of a captain and had spent all this time planning how to save her instead, you would have had a shot with her." Hisagi's sword lowered slightly as his fury and despair ratcheted up. Ichigo went for the kill. Course, that shot would have missed by 1,000 miles. "After all, she's mine." Hisagi snapped. "Die." He charged at him. Ichigo didn't bother to even prepare, and instead made the come-on hand motion at him. "Show me what you've got. You won't have time to regret that." Hisagi yelled as he threw Kazushini towards Ichigo. It was a much faster throw than he had ever managed during their battle in the living world. "This won't be like the last time. All captains and lieutenants have to dash. Have their power sealed by 80% while in the living world?" Ichigo interrupted, appearing right in Hisagi's face, before pounding a fist into the center of Hisagi's chest. "I hope that you weren't banking on that to kill me." Hisagi grunted as he yanked on the chain, making Kazushini return to him. Ichigo dodged it with a sidestep, but didn't press his advantage. "TCH, so you knew?" He glared at the orange-haired man. "Of course I knew." Ichigo scoffed. "I knew before you idiots even arrived." "Ha!" Hisagi scoffed. "I get it now. You killed Tozen Taicho when he was weak so that you wouldn't dash." "Let me stop you right there," Ichigo said, holding up a finger. "First of all, if I thought that it would have made a difference, I would have let him release his seal first. I didn't because he was a bitch." He held up a second finger. "Second of all, shut the fuck up and fight." Hisagi roared in fury. "Heido number 63. Raikoho." He held his palm out and a bright yellow ball of electricity formed. It continued to grow and pulse before it was unleashed at Ichigo. "Really?" Ichigo's eye twitched. "Really?" He repeated as it smashed into him, causing a large explosion. "Using a fucking lightning Kido against me? What, did you just cast the highest numbered spell you had and hoped for the best?" He coughed lightly as he waved away the smoke. "Bakuto number 62. Hyaparankan." Hisagi's voice came from above. Ichigo's eyes snapped up as the 100 light purple rods fell from the sky. Ichigo dodged them from side to side as he descended, but mentally applauded Hisagi's effort. That Raikoho had apparently been just a distraction and a smokescreen. "What else you got?" "Ning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakuto number 61. Rikuja Koro." Hisagi yelled triumphantly, answering Ichigo's mental question unintentionally. Ichigo grunted as 6 rods of light slammed into him, feeling his entire body except for his mouth freeze. "Guh." He actually hacked out a bit from the one that hit him in the sternum. Hisagi meanwhile had been busy with one last chant, and had just finished it. Heido number 78. Zangarin. Kazushini was glowing with energy, and legitimately looked like an attack straight out of Dragon Ball Z when descending on Ichigo. Ichigo managed to unravel the Rikujikoro, but not quite quickly enough to dodge the attack. The Destructo Disc, and Ichigo refused to call it anything else, struck him squarely in the shoulder and penetrated. Blood spurted from the wound as Kazushini passed by him with a deadly shing before striking the ground and causing a tremendous explosion, covering him with a dust cloud. Hisagi pulled back on Kazushini, feeling something from his Zanpakuto he had never felt before: pride. "I did it," he panted, watching as the cloud cleared. And then his eyes widened. "You're still alive?" Ichigo chuckled painfully as he eyed his left arm, which was hanging on by a few threads of muscle and sinew. Hell of a move. He groaned through bloody teeth as he grasped the limb. Credit where it's due. Hisagi clicked his teeth. "Keep your praise, murderer." He landed and started to walk forward. "Now stand still while I..." His jaw unhinged as Ichigo's flesh began to bubble and fuse back together. "What the hell?" He took a step back, despair filling him. Ichigo laughed lightly as he casually rotated his shoulder and stretched out the kinks. "What, did you think we were done? What the hell are you?" Hisagi was covered in cold sweat, feeling like he had walked into a snowy tundra all of a sudden. That was high-speed regeneration. "How did you GWAH?" He hacked out a bunch of saliva as Ichigo's foot planted itself into his gut. He flew back with a literal sonic boom surrounding him and injuring him further before he smashed into a wall. All the air was forced from his lungs as he fell to the ground, hacking and gasping for air. "Fuck you, that's how." Ichigo casually walked towards him, looking like the cat that got the canary. Hisagi finally realized he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. He hauled himself to his feet and vanished in his best Shuinpa, racing away from Ichigo. I can't die here. I have to let them know. I have to let someone know." "Say, who we running from?" Ichigo asked from right beside him to his left due to his own sonido, making Hisagi let out a frightened yell and dodge to the right. Face first into Ichigo's palm. Hisagi's voice was muffled by Ichigo's hand covering his mouth before Ichigo slammed him into the Siriitii floor. Hisagi blacked out from the pain, forcing Kazushini back into its sealed state before Ichigo's foot lightly fell on his chest. A light electric shock and a scream from his opponent had him awake again. "You got potential, Shuhei," Ichigo said, "at least now that you've got Tozen's cock out of your mouth." Hisagi grabbed his foot and tried to force it up, but couldn't make Ichigo budge. He howled in frustration, spitting bloody spittle all over Ichigo's pants. Tozen Taicho was a great man. A gentle man with a great sense of justice. "I won't let anyone badmouth him. Especially not you. Tozen's Bankai." Ichigo drawled, shut off every sense his opponent had except for touch. He stared down at his counterpart, meaning every single one of his enemies in there could still feel pain. Hisagi's struggle stopped for a moment. "So tell me, Hisagi, how exactly was I able to figure out how to kill him in there when he should have been able to just cut my head off and be done with it?" Hisagi thought it through for a moment before he snarled furiously, "What, are you insinuating he was secretly a sadist?" "Fuck you, Kurosaki." Aldashi wheezed as Ichigo pressed down harder on his chest. "I'm insinuating nothing," Ichigo said. "It's admirable that you're such a loyal man. Pity you'll soon find out how underserved that loyalty was." He raised his foot before knocking the Shinigami out with a casual stomp. "Now, what shall I do next?" He raised his hand and summoned his Zanpakuto as he caught something from the corner of his eye. An absolutely gigantic, ghostly apparition of a sword raced towards him. He blocked the titanic blade with his Zanpakuto, grunting lightly as it blew him back like a cannonball. He crashed into a wall and smashed straight through it, before smashing into a whole building and knocking it off its foundations, causing it to collapse as he flew out the other side and through another wall. Finally, he caught his feet, screeching to a halt. A massive man standing almost 3 meters tall appeared in front of him with the swish of Shuinpa. He wore a white captain's Haori over his Shihakusho, and had some armored gauntlets over his hands. His Zanpakuto was already drawn, but Ichigo was more interested in his face. Or lack thereof, seeing as it was almost completely hidden by a massive, bulky, heavy helmet that covered his head. In fact, Ichigo couldn't see even a speck of exposed skin. So, who the hell are you supposed to be? Ichigo feigned ignorance, and wondered just why this man was so obsessed with concealing his true identity. My name, the man growled out, is Kamamura Sajin. Ichigo could practically feel the black rage and hate emanating from the giant, and this is Tenken. He yelled as he raised his arm. Another massive ghost blade appeared, before Kamamura brought his Zanpakuto down. A massive explosion of dust and debris flew into the air. Kamamura growled from under his helm as he stared at the dust cloud, "Come on, Kurosaki. I know that wasn't enough to finish Dash." A blast of lightning erupted from the clouds, and Kamamura flinched and braced himself, crossing his arms. The blast smashed right into him and exploded, causing a massive explosion. His captain's Haori was torn to bits, and he was quite lucky his armor didn't shatter. That. He lowered his arms, an animalistic growl sounding from underneath his helm. That was a Zero. Ichigo strolled out from the settling clouds, brushing off his fur cloak. "Geez, you guys sure are trying hard to murder my badass cloak. Explain yourself, Kurosaki." Kamamura roared, "Why is it that you can use a Zero? Quick question, has anyone ever answered a demand like that?" Ichigo asked him in total deadpan. The captain clenched his fist in response. "I have a question of my own." He smirked as he raised his right arm and pointed, "What are you so desperate to hide beneath that tin can of yours?" A bolt of lightning shot out from his fingers, Heido number 4, Byakurai. The obscenely fast attack raced for Kamamura's helmet, but the man was able to dodge with a quick shuunpa. "Nothing you would understand, murderer." He appeared behind Ichigo and slammed his blade down. Ichigo casually raised his, catching the attack on the side of Guzan-Rei's sealed form and parrying it to the side. He raised his leg and kicked Kamamura square in the gut, driving the man back with a sharp grunt. "Now, Shuhei, I understand." Ichigo held his sword loose over his shoulder, "But what's your deal?" Kamamura was no worse for wear despite the kick. "Am I supposed to not be furious when my best friend is killed? When one of the greatest warriors for justice in the whole of the Suriitii is murdered?" He held his sword ready. Ichigo pursed his lips, "If only you knew." He muttered under his breath. "Knew what?" Kamamura demanded, and Ichigo blinked. "Huh, those must be some ears you've got if you heard that." He watched as a micro-flinch ran through Kamamura. Ichigo smirked lightly at that. "Oh, you'll figure it out by the time this is all over." Kamamura glared at him from beneath his helm. "Answer me this then." He held his sword ready. "You and your compatriots have yet to kill a single man inside the Suriitii. You easily could have killed all my men, and you easily could have annihilated Shuhei Fukuteicho. You've yet to go for lethal force a single time. So why? Why kill Kanami? I thought you had good ears, big guy?" Ichigo snarked. "Like I said," he raised his blade, "you'll know when this is over." A bolt of lightning shot up into the air, darkening the clouds above, before an absolutely titanic amount of energy fired back down at the Suriitii. Kamamura gasped and retreated, covering his sensitive eyes as the attack fell on the spot he had been standing on like a divine punishment. The crackling, sizzling lightning was 10 meters in diameter and moved dirt and stone like a physical force, making the very floor and walls of the Suriitii ripple like it was made of liquid. The entire area shook like it had been struck by an earthquake. When the light cleared, a borehole straight down greeted Kamamura. What power! How can a Shurkai that isn't Ryujin Jaka cause this much devastation? And then he saw Ichigo again, smirking like Zaraki. Ichigo vanished and crashed down on Kamamura, his strikes coming in much harder. "You?" Kamamura growled as he strained to hold back Ichigo's blade. "You're just like that fool Zaraki, aren't you?" "Ha!" Ichigo barked out a laugh. "I'm always ready for a good scrap. I hope Zaraki won't disappoint. Do not look past me, whelp." Kamamura roared furiously at being underestimated. He forced Ichigo's blade back with his own immense strength, before gripping his blade with both hands. Raff! He swiped his blade, unleashing a blade of air at Ichigo. Ichigo returned the favor, and the two air blades crashed into each other and deflected, one harmlessly into the sky, and the other carving a 100-meter-deep trench into the Siriatii floor. Tenkin! Kamamura yelled as another ghostly apparition came down on Ichigo. Ichigo's grin was mad with glee as he slammed his own blade into it so hard that a windstorm broke out, physically moving Kamamura back a meter or so. The giant blade was rebuffed, and Ichigo shot forward at him. Come on, Kamamura. What else do you have? Show me your ho-ho. Show me your Kido. Die. Kamamura swung his sword and cut clean through Ichigo's midsection. And then his form wavered. Utsusimi? Kamamura only managed to get the one word out before he felt the most brutal punch he'd ever personally taken land in his abdomen. Ichigo roared, Ikatsu. Blurg. Blood spurted from beneath his helm as he shot back into a Siriatii wall and shattered it with his bulk without so much as slowing down. Wall after wall smashed into his back before finally, kilometers away, he finally slowed down and smashed into his final wall, slumping down, and landing on his knees, coughing. He. Ichigo appeared before him. You're tough. I put a fair amount into that. Would have killed Shuhei for sure if I had nailed him with one of those. Fair amount? Kamamura growled, you're saying you're still holding back? He dashed forward with Shuunpa, here's a real Ikatsu. He yelled, putting everything he had into the punch. Ichigo braced himself, guh. Spittle flew from his mouth as he was knocked back, and yet to Kamamura's shock, the punch didn't rip him in half. And he stopped after only 100 meters, practically stabbing his feet into the ground to slow down. Ha! He wiped his mouth, which was bloody, looking at the back of his hand. Now that's more like it. What are you? Kamamura yelled, it's simply not possible for a mortal to grow this powerful. Have you even seen your second decade? Kamamura was coming to realize that even if his friend had released his seal, there was a more than decent possibility that Ichigo would have killed him anyway. Ha! Not even close. Ichigo laughed it off, don't you know, big guy? He smirked at him, regular humans have only about 8 decades to live. 10 or 11 if they're lucky, or unlucky, depending on one's point of view. And less than 4 if they're really unlucky. And of those decades, we're only in peak physical condition for 1 to 2 of them at best. The rest is either building up to it or rapidly deteriorating and being unable to do the things we once loved as well as we once did. We don't have time to waste going slow like you lot do. Kamamura growled, maybe this is why the Central 46 decreed that empowering humans is forbidden. This insane growth rate of yours. He knew the law, but did not know the reason for it. Nah, that was because some jackass a while ago decided that the proper response to discovering that he was under surveillance as the first substitute Shinigami was to start killing Shinigami to siphon off their power. Your government fucking sucks, dude. Ichigo deadpanned. Kamamura opened his mouth, and then shut it. And if you think I'm going to let Ranjaku be murdered over this stupidity. He lost his amused look and glared at Kamamura, allowing his insanely heavy Ryatsu to press down on the man and completely and utterly reinforce the Kenpachi comparison. Then you and the rest of the Siriatii have lost your fucking minds. Kamamura grunted, humph, if you weren't a murderer I'd even be tempted to listen. He started to press back with his own Ryatsu, and was chagrined to realize that he couldn't. His power was less than this boy's. For Kanami's sake, I'm stopping you right now. But I'm not as kind as he was. I'll crush you. Bankai. He declared, and Ichigo's eyes widened as he looked up, and up some more. Ichigo whistled at the absolutely colossal being behind Kamamura. An entire giant that stood roughly 100 meters tall clenched a sword as massive as it. The giant resembled an armored samurai with black armor and a red face mask. Kakujo Tengen Mo-o. Ichigo whistled, damn, that thing's as big as a jillion. He grinned, hope it's not as fragile as one. Even now, you mock us? Kamamura growled, do not think you will be able to block a hit this time, whelp. He raised his arm, and the giant mirrored him, nothing that has ever been hit by this attack has ever lived to take a second. He swung and the massive sword in the air made rippling air currents as it moved far faster than anything that size had any right to. Ichigo's response was to grip his sword with a second hand, a blinding grin on his face. Come on, come on. An attack like this should easily shred through his natural Ryatsu protection and even cut through his He arrow. So, Ichigo activated Blood Venet as well. Ragh. He roared back at the descending sword as he swung. A titanic explosion of dust and wind erupted from the impact. A full tenth of the Siriitii rocked, and hundreds of buildings were simply shaken from their foundations as they crumbled. Kakujo Tenjin Myo's blade carved a massive and deep trench into the ground below. Finally, the shaking stopped, leaving only dust. But Kamamura wasn't looking at it. He was looking at his own arm, which was trembling in shock and more than a bit of pain. What? And then Ryatsu blew the dust cloud away and drew his attention, revealing Ichigo standing there, blue marks on his entire body glowing. This isn't possible. Kamamura gasped out. Ichigo hadn't deflected Kakujo Tenjin Myo's blade. He hadn't parried it. He had caught it on his own. Gotta say. Ichigo's arms were only trembling a little bit and his grin had vanished. Bit disappointed. You! Kamamura roared, raising his blade again. Ichigo pointed his blade at the massive giant and charged a Siro. The lightning crackled at the tip of his sword, forming a massive, destabilized ball of energy. Siro! The Doom Blast raced out with an otherworldly sound, smashing into Kakujo Tenjin Myo's chest. The explosion rocked the Siriitii even harder this time, and kilometers away, Shinigami were falling over. Kamamura's Bankai fell, landing on its back and rocking the Siriitii again, though nowhere near as badly as the explosion had. The armor plates on its front were cracked and crumbling, and it was struggling to get back up. But Ichigo's eyes caught something far more interesting. What the? He vanished in a sonido, and appeared with a rumble of thunder before his opponent. He eyed Kamamura with confusion and annoyance. The man's front was shredded and bleeding. Burn marks littered the front of his Shihakusho. And just like Kakujo Tenjin Myo, he was on his back and struggling to get up. Are you fucking kidding me? Ichigo deadpanned, this is a Bankai? This can't be it. You're just fucking with me. Kamamura growled, which inadvertently allowed some more blood to leak from beneath his helm. How dare you? He pressed a glowing green hand to his front, healing himself with what little Kaido he knew. Ichigo looked over and saw that the Bankai's chest was in the middle of repairing itself too. That's a little better I suppose. Ichigo scoffed, you're a moron to use this thing against me though. This little symbiotic link you have with your Bankai only makes it a gigantic target. It's a Bankai meant to overwhelm foes weaker than you, but it can't do anything to anyone you can't beat yourself. All I have to do. He raised his finger and shot off a Byakurai. The lightning bolt pierced Kakujo Tenjin Myo's leg and Kamamura let out an agonized howl as his own leg released a spurt of smoking blood. Is attack the big-ass target and I get the 2-for-1 special. Rarg! Kamamura found the strength to swipe at him, and his Bankai mirrored his actions. Ichigo raised his blade and this time, with Kamamura weakened, rebuffed the attack entirely. Kamamura's sword arm developed some hairline fractures and was shaking so badly he almost dropped his sword. Ugh, talk about blue balls. Ichigo let out a groan, is this thing really a Bankai? He eyed the giant, before looking at Kamamura. What are you waiting for? Kamamura spat, aren't you going to kill me? Ichigo snorted, you really are a moron. I didn't kill Hisagi, did I? Why would I kill you? Why would you kill Kanami? Kamamura roared back. Just going in fucking circles, I swear. Ichigo grumbled, before he sheathed his blade and started walking away. What are you doing? Kamamura roared at his back as he finally managed to get to his feet. Fucking leaving. Ichigo said, you're boring. Something snapped inside Kamamura when he said that. And I ain't here for you. I'm here for Ranjaku. I'll kill you, Kurosaki. He raised his sword again. Ichigo closed his eyes, don't do it. he said flatly. The massive blade fell from the sky again. Ichigo sighed, before grasping his sword and turning. His veins glowed red as he used blood artery and swung Guzen Ryu. Shing! Kamamura gaped as Kakujo Tengen Nyo's blade was cut in half, and a part of its helmet with it. The blade spun through the air before landing next to Ichigo, giving him a mirror for a few moments before it began to dissolve. The giant dispersed into erasure as half of the blade of Kamamura's own Zanpakuto fell to the ground. Ichigo looked at Kamamura as he fought to keep his helmet from falling apart due to the reflected damage. Ichigo glared and vanished with a sonito, kicking Kamamura in the chest and sending him flying. The man's massive bulk dug a furrow into the ground before he finally came to a stop, groaning in pain. I've decided. Another rumble of thunder heralded Ichigo's arrival. That thing of yours can't be a real Bankai. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. How dare you mock my efforts? Do you have any idea how long I trained to achieve my Bankai? You mock yourself. Ichigo spat, you won't even show your regular face to the world. You're utterly ashamed of who you are. It's no wonder your Zanpakuto is equally ashamed of you and won't show its true face. Kamamura's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Ichigo sighed, you may have achieved Bankai, but I doubt you've achieved all of its power. After all you do is hide. Ichigo walked over and kicked him in the helmet, shattering it entirely. His eyes widened. So, that's what you look like. Kamamura was a wolf. His sharp fangs were stained red with his own blood. Ichigo chortled, I see. The tallest nail gets hammered down, huh? Mock me all you wish dash. I'd never mock a man for what he looks like. Ichigo shot back. And Kamamura sagged in disbelief. He was unable to comprehend the fact that this bloodthirsty human of all people would accept his appearance without a care in the world. He had been mocked, jeered at, and feared by almost everyone who had ever seen it before he started to hide behind increasingly elaborate head coverings. Only Kan-Aim and Genryo Saidano had ever not begrudged him his looks. And now, this boy who had murdered his friend becomes the third? You're a respected captain of the Gotei 13 now, Kamamura. You think your subordinates, your comrades would give a fuck about what you look like? I certainly don't. All I see is a man who fought tooth and nail to get to where he is now. But you? You're ashamed. Of what you look like. What you are. He walked away. You refused to show the world your true face. Why would your Bankai respect a man who doesn't respect himself? And with that, he vanished so quickly that Kamamura had absolutely zero idea where he went. And even if he had, he was too battered and emotionally distraught now to follow. That wraps up this part of What If Ichigo Had a Different Zanpakuto. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, this story, What If Ichigo Had a Different Zanpakuto, is now on hold as we have caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be here on the channel. I'm currently considering these 3 fanfics. What if Seinen System in High School DxD? What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if Mangaka in One Piece World? Let me know which one you'd like to see next by voting in the poll. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.